meeting to order. Roll call, please.
President Mr. Nishi,
Present.
Vice President Mr. Noyola,
Present.
Clerk Mrs. Yokoyama Bui,
Present.
Board Member Mrs. McCatton,
Present.
Board Member Mrs. Mendoza,
Present.
Board Member Dr. Rios, Board Member Mrs. Yu.
Here.
This evening, we'll be discussing the following items in closed session: public employee discipline, dismissal, release evaluation, 2 matters, Government Code Section 54957, superintendent's evaluation, conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA, Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with real property negotiator, parking lot located on the south side of Alondra Boulevard, 330 feet west of Pioneer Boulevard, parcel number 7014001900. This is pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, existing litigation, special education settlement agreement, student OAH 2025020981, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, special education settlement agreement, student OAH 2025020985, Government Code Section 54956.9. Are there any public comments on closed session items?
I see none.
Okay. Can I have a motion to move to closed session?
So move Mendoza.
Second, Noyola.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are in closed session. The board is back in open session. Can I have a motion?
So moved. Second, Mendoza.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Please silence your cell phones. If anybody is in need of translation services, there are translation services in the back, and they can help you with that. He's right there.
Can you say it in Spanish?
Can you say it in Spanish?
Sí. A la comunidad, la traducción en español está disponible en persona a petición durante las reuniones de la junta directiva con la persona de atrás. Gracias.
Thank you. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, two matters, Government Code Section 54957, superintendent's evaluation. We had a conference with the labor negotiator, an update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSE, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. We had a conference with the real property negotiator with the parking lot located on the south side of Alondra Boulevard, 330 feet west of Pioneer Boulevard, parcel number 7014001-900. Government Code Section 54956.8 was the authority that we did that with. Under existing litigation, in closed session, the board discussed and approved a special education settlement agreement in the amount of $70,000, attorney's fees in $10,000, and reimbursement for private school of $60,000 for OAH 2025-02-0981 by a vote of 7-0. Similarly, in closed session, the board discussed and approved another special education settlement agreement in the amount of $70,000, attorney's fees of $10,000, and reimbursement for private school $60,000 for OAH 2025-02-0985 by a vote of 7-0. Dr. Rios, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of June 17, 2025?
Move the agenda. Second, Mendoza.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of June 3rd, 2025?
Tatiana.
Second.
Okay, so moved. Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. President's reports. School is out. Want to talk to the ABC families that have been affected by the enhanced immigration enforcement. The ABC district supports you. If you need mental health support because of the certain challenges that you've been facing, we have something called Care Solace that you can call upon for that. If you have any issues with enforcement in that particular manner, I would like to ask you to report that. Let us know what's happening. Our staff is trained to address these issues. We will follow the law as it relates to all law enforcement. We need to still keep school as a safe place, and that's what it will always be. And we need our students to be educated, and that's what we always want to do. To the ABC families in law enforcement, also thank you for protecting us and fairly enforcing our laws. We support you. It's not an easy job. I know that they don't create the law. They have to enforce the law. So, and although they may have an opinion, they have a duty to follow the law, and so I'm very thankful for their service. I welcome law enforcement to protect us, but if you come to arrest us, just like anybody else, you will follow the law, just like everybody else, and do that. We have three big things on our agenda today. We have the budget, we have the LCAP, and our schools. Don't leave after the first one because the other ones are just as important as the first one that's on our agenda. You know, the first one is the most challenging one. It's the one I spent just about a ton of time on every single day. It's keeping me up at night. I've informed people through teas throughout the years, parent meetings, and we have never denied a single parent meeting. If any parent wants to meet with us, you're free to call me, and we will meet with the superintendent to give you as much information as possible regarding the issues regarding our schools. I've gone to optimist meetings. I've gone to pessimist meetings. I've gone to Republicans. I've gone to Democrats. I've gone to libraries, mayors, councilpersons. If they want to have a Zoom meeting during the middle of the day, we will do it and we will talk about it because this is an important issue that affects all of us. This is not a black box. This is an issue of all of us in the community have a stake in this. So I'm going to make the time because that is what we were elected to do. I'm going to thank everyone for the comments. And some people had some comments about how fast we got to this decision. Some people thought it was costs weren't considered. Some people thought had an interesting idea for K-8. And we've gotten many great ideas and information. IB program issues, how hard it is to do things, updates regarding Whitney. Thank you for that information. We need all of this input to make an intelligent decision for our future. Some of the residents have also asked me in some of the meetings, why did it take you this long to get to this point? Because we knew in 2014 that this was an issue. We had a bond issue that failed in 2014. And one of the biggest issues in 2014 was you have declining enrollment. Why are you going to put money into schools that are not fully full? We had many critics at that time for the first bond, and it failed. The second time around in 2017, that was only 3 years later, actually 4 years later, 2018. We had another effort called BB, and at that point, we had an agreement with our community that we would consider ABC schools for ABC residents. And we also talked about addressing the issue of declining enrollment. And so we did agree, and the voters did approve Measure BB, and Suyu was definitely a big part of that effort. In fact, I think there's a city councilman in the back, or city councilwoman, Ms. Sophia Tse is back there, I sort of saw. I'd like to recognize her. She was also part of the passage of Measure BB way back when in 2018. And part of that we did change our school of choice policies to emphasize that our residents are important. There's only so much we can do that because by law, school of choice is school of choice. There's a state law that prevents us from changing that too much. But we promise not to waste. We put our first priority into safety. So yes, we spent money on all our schools to make all of our schools safe. $25 million was allocated toward that particular goal. So we put cameras. We fixed playgrounds that were old and dangerous. So we put that at all of our schools. We did these investments because these are important for our kids. So we did the demographic study, and it did show that we were declining in enrollment. But shortly after that, we had COVID and we had other bigger fish to fry. We had to educate our kids during the worst pandemic this country has ever seen. And so, understandably, we weren't concerned about reducing. We were concerned about just educating our kids with the teachers that we have, making sure that the teachers are taken care of, make sure that our students are taken care of. And after that, we came back to the fact that we're still declining. In fact, we're still seeing a faster decline than originally planned in the original study. The study went over all of the levels. It went through elementary school, it went through middle school, and it went through high school. And it showed that we have significant declines at all levels. Not because we're terrible, but because all schools in LA County are suffering from a decline in enrollment. We learned that it's not an issue of, it's an issue of basically, we're not having enough kids. We're in an affluent society. And when you have an affluent society, you have less kids. We're doing really well. But as a result, our schools are not full. In 2023, we approved a committee. So to go back in time, since 2014 to 2018 to 2022, we formed a committee to go over all of these issues. It's a tough decision to make. So that committee listened to the community, and they said, we can't make this decision. In fact, we'll make a recommendation to close no schools, because it's a very difficult decision to ask of volunteers and people who are sincerely interested in this community. It's basically asking them to pick which one of your children do you not like. And of course, that's an impossible task. So we did send them on a mission that was almost impossible. So we, in 2023, paid for people to study the issue, paid to go through an objective analysis. They studied, they went through the data that they had at the time based upon demographics, and they made a recommendation. And so this recommendation didn't just include elementary schools, but it also included middle schools. And that was part of the mission, because since the time of the 2022 demographic study, we've known that middle school is definitely on the decline. We have one school that has 289 students over 2 grades. We can't close middle schools. We can't, because they're in geographically distinct areas of our district. So tonight, we're going to make a decision. We may choose to do nothing. That is definitely an option. We may do a partial change. Please note that the decision we make isn't going to solve all problems. We're still going to have challenges ahead. Whatever decision we make here tonight, and when people think, oh, this is a permanent decision, none of the decisions we make up here are permanent, quite frankly. We're going to look through the information with the information that we have at the time and make the best decisions possible and give staff the best direction from a policy perspective. And when we get more information as time goes on, some of these things may change. We may have really dramatically great middle school enrollment, and I will be glad, happy to not have to make major decisions and go back and revisit the issues, which we should always do. I've been looking at information up until the last minute of this meeting because these are important issues. I'm not going to not leave one stone unturned because it's the last minute. I'm going to look at every single fact. Every person that's going to speak up here, I'm going to listen. And hopefully, it may not seem like it, but it will consider into my vote and my decision of what we do here today. So thank you for being here. This is just the beginning. Whatever decision we make, we still need your input. We still need a continuing engagement with all of the stakeholders here. So I'm so glad that you came. Thank you. Dr. Zilo.
Thank you. Just again want to reiterate to all of our families, our staff members who may be impacted by immigration enforcement. We will continue to send out updates and reminders to you every week, reminding families of supports that are available for students and for their family as a whole, either through our mental health professionals who are here with us in the summer or through Care Solace. We'll continue to connect you to the various resources through the county that might be of assistance to you. I want to thank the families that have allowed us to help them so far. We are blessed to do that, and so please know that if you need anything, our summer schools are open and we are serving many, many kids, and it's a bright spot in what can be a sad time. And so please help us to serve you in this process. And I think that's enough for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Zitlo. Can I have employee representative report? Oh, great. Next item is public comment. Clerk Yokoyama Bui.
Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and submit the completed card to the secretary. Speakers will be called in sequence during the public comment section or prior to board discussion on an agendized item. The board shall provide 1 hour for speakers to address non-agendized items. Each speaker is limited to one presentation of 5 minutes or less. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Should there be 15 to 20 speakers for non-agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on the item. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, any member of the public who utilizes a translator shall be provided at least twice the allotted time to address the board. Please remember that the board is unable to directly respond to comments made during the public comment section. In addition, neither the board nor district staff verify the accuracy of the statements made during public comments. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. The board shall provide 30 minutes for speakers to address agendized items. Should there be 6 to 10 speakers for agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on the item. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee, regardless if the identification is by name, position, or other reference. Such comments may be presented through the proper administrative channels set forth in Bylaw 9323. No public comment on non-agendized items.
Thank you. I'll bring this closer to me. Consent calendar. Can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved, Mendoza. Second.
Does anybody wish to remove an item? Board Member Mendoza?
Yes, Mr. President, I just want to make a comment on consent item 4.3C. It's the same one I always make a comment on, the contributions from our community. I want to thank them for helping our schools. And I think, Tuan, can we get a report? I'm sorry, Mr. Nguyen, can we get a report now that the school year has ended, a total amount of monies that have been donated to our schools in our next board meeting? Thank you so much.
Okay. So let's call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Oh, Mr. President?
Oh, you have an item? Sorry.
Yes, very briefly, and I thought Ms. Mendoza, or Board Member Mendoza, was going to acknowledge 2.1C,
2.1C.
consent item 2.1C. We do have early retirements, so we, of course, and retirements, so we would like to thank and acknowledge our longtime teachers and staff for their work here. And, we wish you all the best. Hopefully they can return on substitute teacher basis, but we'll see.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any items would like to be pulled? Okay, thank you. So then I will call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it, 7-0. California School Dashboard Local Indicators. Dr. Castro.
Good evening, President Nishi and distinguished board members. I call to your attention a copy of the local indicators dashboard that I have placed in front of you that I also had sent to you prior. The local indicators are a requirement by the California Department of Education that ensures that we are taking the time to reflect on the surveys that we have provided our families, our students, and our teachers. So as you heard in my previous presentations with the LCAP, we also use the surveys to determine some of our LCAP goals. In the same light, the state requires that we look at the survey results for the California Healthy Kids Survey, for the California School Parent Surveys and any local teacher surveys that we do, and provide to the public our reflection on those scores and how we plan to address, improve, or sustain those scores. So if you look at page 1 and 2 of this report, this is just a summary of the overall report that's being provided. Pages 3 to 12 is the state required portions that we submit to the CDE. This report is then publicized as part of our dashboard, which is released in November of this year. So on page 3, you can see the implementation indicators rubric, which is what the number that you see most often represented in the report. And I am happy to report that in ABC Unified, most of our scores fall between a 4, which is full implementation, which means that there's evidence supporting that the practice is progressing, and 5, full implementation and sustainability, which means evidence supports that the practice is not only progressing, but it is being sustained. So just a few quick highlights for you. If you look at page 1, under priority 3, parent involvement, we had received some high engagement scores from our families. 91% of families felt supported in understanding their legal rights. 89 to 93% we received positive ratings for respectful and welcoming environments in our schools. Another key aspect to consider is that we saw the highest growth for our LEA in supporting staff to learn about each family's strengths, cultures, languages, and goals for their children. That was an increase of 11%. So that's a notable improvement. Priority 5 and 6, people engagement and school climate. This was data that I had reported to you before about safety. 79% of elementary students and 67% of secondary students felt safe at schools. Although that's an improvement from our prior years, that is still a lower number than we would like, so we continue to work and make efforts in that. And you'll see some of that indication in the summative paragraphs provided on page 3 through 12.
Do we have any questions from the board? Public comments, okay. We'll wait.
We don't have any public comments up here.
Okay. Board Member Mendoza?
I just have a quick question. Does the community have access to this, a copy of it? Do we have some out for them to look at this?
This is publicized as part of the California dashboard, so they will have full access once it's publicized. The
So-
CDE has to receive, you have to receive information on it. The CDE receives the information, and then it's publicized as part of our dashboard.
So nobody in the audience has a copy of this right now?
I don't know, was it copied for tonight's meeting? No.
Is it possible, if we're not gonna pass out to the community, if we can put it on the screen so they can at least see what we're looking at? Because I think we're talking about things and they're not able, I'm a very visual learner, I need to see it, I need to hold it. We all learn differently, and I think for transparency, I think the audience should have what we have so that they're following along with us. And even if we just put it on the screens for them to see, I think that's something that I would like to see our community have. Thank you.
Is that something we can do now?
To put it up on the screen right now? Is that the request?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I believe I can pull that up in a few minutes. Okay.
Okay.
That's yours.
Oh, sure. Board Member McHatton?
Dr. Custer, I just have a question. When you say it's on the dashboard, does that mean it's on the dashboard on the website, or are there
California
paper copies available for people who are interested?
It's available on the dashboard on the website, but certainly if a community member would like a printed version, they could certainly request from our offices.
Okay, I'm just wondering how widespread it is. The information is, how widespread is the information? Because I think it's valuable.
That dashboard is provided by CDE, so it's the californiadashboard.org, and it's where parents would go to find out about our suspension, attendance. It reports our CASP scores, LPAC scores. We usually do it, once the dashboard is released in November, we provide information to our parents, and I can certainly link it on our website. And again, if someone is interested in receiving a printed version or information, we can certainly help provide that.
Okay, so maybe, it looks like it's gonna be challenging technically to provide that at this point. So, anybody in this room, and maybe we can just provide the website that they can get the information from? What would that website be?
www.ca-board.org
And that will be available about how long?
in November of 2025. So usually the release is sometime at the end of November.
Maybe we can make it available on our own website in the interim?
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you. So that way the public here has advance notice of what's going to be on public later on. So that would be great. This is not an item for action anyway, but I mean, it's good for people to know. Thank you. Thank you for the comment. Okay, item 1.2A, can I have a motion to approve community member and student appointments to this board advisory committees?
So move.
Board Member McHatton, can you please introduce our new committee members? Uh-oh.
I'd like to introduce Stein Bang for the Legislative Policy Committee. He can get up and talk a little bit about himself. I've known Stein now for probably 5 years. He's very active in the community. He belongs to the Optimist Club. He has a Octagon, is that the Octagon Club at Whitney? Is that the correct title?
Joy Club, Junior Optimist.
Junior Optimist Club, okay. He's obviously involved with Boy Scouts, and he's going to tell you a little bit more about himself.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Stein Bang. I've lived in Cerritos for 50 years. I've witnessed the amazing progress of the city and the school. I'm a product of ABC School District. I went to Gonzalez Elementary, Carmenita Middle School, it was called Junior High School back then, and Whitney High School. I have a beautiful wife, 3 sons. My oldest son went to the exact same schools I went to, and now he's in college. My middle son just graduated from Cerritos High School last month. And I still have a young one at Gonzalez going into 6th grade. After ABC, I went to UC Irvine. I have a BS in computer science. I also have an MBA at USC. My profession is information technology, IT. My last full-time job was with Korn Ferry International, where I looked over at IT operations for Asia Pacific and North America regions. And right now, I am not working, so I have some free time, so I could do things like this. And so I'm involved with a couple of organizations, as Jeannie already mentioned. I'm currently the VP of Cerritos Optimist Club. I also serve on the board for Whitney High School and Cerritos High School. I help as the leader for Boy Scout Troop 72. I also am president of Cerritos Crowd Cleaning Crew, a local neighborhood cleanup team my kid created. And how I got involved with this was Jeannie asked me to help out, and I worked with Jeannie on several projects, and she was great, and we share the same passion of helping the youth around the community, and so I said, sure. And that's why I ended up here now. And so I'm here to help with the committee, legislative policy, and I'll do whatever I can to help the committee. Thank you.
Do we have any public comments on this item?
I see none.
Do we have any board comments on this item? Yes, so you?
Thank you, Stein, for serving on the committee. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
And I'll just say one comment. He has many jobs. He is not unbusy. So thank you for adding on a new job. That's not very lucrative, but certainly will serve us well. Thank you for your wise counsel.
Thank you.
So I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes 7-0. I'd like to quickly, thank you very much. I'd like to recognize Hawaiian Gardens Mayor Dandy DePaula. I think he's back here somewhere. He went out. Okay, then I'd like to, there he is. Okay. Also like to recognize City Council Member Ernie Vargas. I like the Ernies in the room. Stand up. Mr. Arellano from Lakewood. Thank you for coming. And of course, we have former school board member Celia Spitzer. who's still involved with our community, which is important. Councilmember David Ariano. All right, thank you. Thank you for coming for this very important issue and showing up for our kids. It's very important. Okay, so we passed that item. 1.3A, can I have a motion to approve the plan to consolidate and configure schools to address the declining enrollment district-wide?
Tatiana moves.
Do I-
Second, Sue.
Dr. Zietlow.
Thank you.
Point of order. Ernie, I think we were supposed to approve someone else for the diversity
Oh.
committee.
Apologize.
She's not here, and so I was going to just read a little bit of her bio.
Okay, then we'll go back to item 1.2A. Go ahead, Board Member McHatton.
Okay, so I'm nominating Maria Mesa as an alternate for the Diversity, Unity, and Equity Committee. She wrote me like a whole thesis about herself, so I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm going to just read a brief little bio about her. She started her professional career 30 years ago, but her most important job thus far is being a mom. She has 2 kids, one who just graduated from GAR and one who just graduated from Ross. She has her BA in sociology with an emphasis in child psychology. She's lived next door to me for 20 years, so I know her well. She loves working in diverse communities, and she worked for the Department of Mental Health as a counselor, translator, and advocate. She volunteered as a PTA member officer at Nixon Academy. She's been on the PTA multicultural group for diversity and multicultural events at Nixon Academy, and in addition volunteered in making the yearbook for 5 years. She said as long as she can remember she wanted to change the world, she may only be able to do that in a small way. She would like to be part of the process to help the diversity committee, and she thanks you for your time and her consideration.
Thank you. So we already had a motion and a second for this particular item. So, and we voted, but we should probably vote with this additional name. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
So 100%, the second person is also an alternate. Thank you for bringing people to our board, helping us out. Motion passes. So we have a motion to approve the plan to consolidate and reconfigure schools to address declining enrollment district-wide. We have a motion from Board Member Clerk Tatiana Bui, and a second from
Mrs. Yu.
Huh?
It was Mrs. Yu.
Mrs. Yu. Thank you. Dr. Zietlow.
Thank you. Board members, this evening what you will see is background information where I've tried to synthesize into this document for you what we've heard and seen happen over the last couple of years and then in the last few meetings from our community. I have simplified the plan down to reconfiguring district middle schools to include grades 6, 7, and 8, reconfiguring Whitney High School to include 6th grade, and then consolidating 4 elementary schools, Aloha, Ferguson, Juarez, and Stowers. What you will see in the timeline in terms of the process and phases of how we would do that would mean that where these programs, processes end up would be determined after working in collaboration with sites that are being impacted and schools and students and families as they are impacted. So rather than going strictly by what a consultant was suggesting, the specific decisions of where and how would be made by including those impacted in that process. And so that's what you see in phase 1, working over the next year, school year to work with 3 of the elementary schools for that process. And then phase 2, working the next 2 school years with the transition for 6th grade to middle school, as well as the consolidation of a 4th elementary school and the work with Whitney High School.
Thank you. How many public comments do we have on this particular item?
17, Mr.
17.
President.
So that would be 3 minutes each. Simple math would be total of how many minutes? 51 minutes? Okay, so we would need to expand or extend our this item for, because usually it's only 30 minutes. So we would need to extend it by, let's be generous, 50 minutes, just in case there's a later on person that would like to speak. So can I have a motion to extend the public comment on this item by 50 minutes?
Tatiana moves.
Second.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Great. Motion passes 7-0. Call your first item, and we're starting at 7:40.
First public comment is Hector Ruiz. Then it will follow by Michael Louis, and then Jamie Castillo.
Good evening, respected members of the school board. My name is Hector Ruiz, a third grade teacher at Stowers, speaking on behalf of my colleagues directly impacted by the proposals on consolidation and realignment. All of us here tonight have a stake in the fate of the ABC Unified School District, but consider the meaning of the word unified. It implies brought together as one. As this proposal has proceeded, our school district community is at a crossroads over how unified we actually are. We've seen teachers at one impacted school characterized by a teaching colleague, no less, as specifically responsible for declining enrollment on their campus. Another teaching colleague implored the board to make the tough decision to move forward with the consolidation and realignment sooner rather than later. You've heard members of both the Ferguson and Stowers communities question the process behind the conclusions of the report. You've heard Stowers parents detail not just how our enrollment decline has been reversed, but also, critically, how Stowers students, many here on interdistrict permit, are actually a source of positive funding benefiting ABC. My Stowers colleagues and I are fully aware of the budget shortfalls, but in looking at how we face such issues, we ask that any pain from tough choices be equally shared amongst all district stakeholders. As it stands, sacrifice disproportionately falls upon schools, their students, the parents, and both classified and certificated staff at those sites. Now, our CFO 2 weeks ago did point out that ABC could work within a status quo, where no closures or realignment takes place, but one significant point he made was that such a choice could result in the creation of combination classes in elementary, for instance. This assertion made it clear that to close the budget gap, the hard choices were to be limited to only school sites in their communities. Yet, if this is a district-wide concern, shouldn't any potential budget shortfall be shared across all parts of the ABCUSD structure? So if combo classes are considered, why can't administrative roles also be combined? It's instructive, reflecting that Ferguson's $400,000 literacy grant, designed to help student body of several hundred, barely pays for 2 district office administrators. Now, while those funds were from a grant, it does help explain value equivalency. To echo our former superintendent, Ron Barnes, how is that keeping the main thing the main thing? And if school closures are to be considered, why are property considerations limited to campuses only? Why couldn't the board revisit plans of a decade plus ago, wherein district office property be put up for sale? Cypress School District provides an example, selling their longtime district office for $9 million to move into other local office space and still netting over $2 million. Selling a property in Cerritos, ostensibly to provide acreage for homes, not only produces a financial windfall, but depending upon what zoning could be worked out with the city of Cerritos, provides a mean for new residents, hopefully families, as a bulwark into the next decade to slow declining enrollment. Finally, why not revisit retirement incentives to convince old war horses like myself to step aside to save spots for younger teachers? We ask that our students be the last to be impacted by budgeting decisions, that the board slows down the process so that every other possible angle is considered before school sites. If done well by shared burden, taking more time for a decision maintains a veneer of unified that our district needs to have in all of this. Look everywhere first, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Michael Louis. And then it will be Jamie Castillo and Michael Koo.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for your time and dedication to making these difficult decisions. My name is Michael Liu, and I'd like to urge you to delay and further study closing and converting Stowers Elementary. There is a critical assumption in the proposal that Whitney's success will continue even though its structure is changed. But hearing from students and parents, it's clear Whitney performs well partly because of its unique configuration, not in spite of it. If we convert it to a more conventional model, we should expect more conventional results. And once that happens, the very appeal that draws students and families to Whitney will vanish. Let's look at the numbers. The plan requires 1,600 Whitney students, 600 at the new Whitney Middle, 1,000 at Whitney High. Whitney High is already 1,000 students. Meanwhile, because of the IB and MI programs at Stowers, Stowers is enrolling 100 kids per grade. That puts it on track to reach or exceed 600 students without needing to be reconfigured. So invest money, dismantle a promising program, and get no gain or even a loss, it doesn't add up. There's also timing to consider. Previously, the data proved the synergy of the MI and IB programs. Moving both takes years. In that time, other districts may opt to roll out their own programs to emulate Stowers' success. So instead of building on our head start, we'll risk losing families and seeing them go to other districts. Let me close with an analogy. You are a farmer. You have a golden goose, Whitney, that lays a golden egg. You'll also have a golden gosling, Stowers. She hasn't laid the egg yet, but she's showing every sign she will, if nurtured. So what should you do? You should feed for both, care for both. Soon you'll have 2 golden geese. This plan instead, it cuts the golden goose in 2, feeds it the gosling's food, and expects it to lay 2 eggs. And still more, it offers the gosling to your neighbor. In closing, keep Stowers open. Commit to providing a joint IB and MI program through middle school and high school. These programs are already drawing families into the district. Expanding them creates a clear pathway for students from kindergarten to high school, and other districts will find it hard to match that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Jamie Castillo, followed by Michael Koo, then Catherine Pasquale.
Hello again. Good evening, President Nishi, board members, Superintendent Dr. Zitlo. My name, again, is Jamie Castillo Solis, and I'm a parent at Stowers Elementary. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to speak tonight. Though our position remains that Stowers should not close, I come before you with an urgent and heartfelt request. Please delay the vote on the recommendation until after school resumes in August. This is not about stalling. It's about doing right by our students, our family, and the district. Decisions of this magnitude require thoughtfulness, accuracy, and trust. And right now, those things are in short supply. First, the facts and stories shared by parents, students, and educators deserve more than a few weeks of review. We've presented data, enrollment shifts, and firsthand experiences. There hasn't been adequate time to digest this input, let alone investigate it further. Why make a permanent decision without thoroughly exploring updated relevant facts? Second, the process has been rushed. Prior closure recommendation took months or even years of committee work and community dialogue. This proposal, impacting multiple schools and hundreds of students, has moved forward with just a fraction of that care. If long-term planning was necessary before, why not now? Third, the data you are relying on is outdated. Since those early projections, Stowers programs have flourished and changed its trajectory. These developments matter. Why not take a little more time to study what's happening now? Even certain board members had to request updated information and have not actually received it. Also, the effects of the middle school reconfiguration are unclear. There's been no serious analysis on how combining grades 6 to 8 will affect ABCUSD's academics or ABCUSD students' well-being. We've been told to trust the process, but trust is earned. And right now that trust is shaken, and the timing could not be worse. In recent days, immigration enforcement actions have deeply unsettled many families in our district, especially those who are undocumented or part of mixed status households. Fear, confusion, and anxiety are ripping through our neighborhoods. Families are afraid to go to work, to drop their children off at summer camps and recreation centers, or even to attend public meetings like this one. Children are walking around or staying in their homes carrying a quiet but heavy fear that their loved ones could be taken from them. Against this backdrop, rushing to vote on school closure without full community input, without complete and current data, and without a transparent process, is more than just ill-advised. It adds to more trauma. It ignores the realities many families in our district are facing now. Our children need stability. This is not the moment to add uncertainty to our students' lives. Please choose a path of compassion and caution. Your own CFO has said in the last meeting that we're financially stable for now. So I ask again, what's the cost of waiting for just a few months? Why not take the time to do this right? If you vote now and find out later that this was a mistake, there's no way to undo the damage. We're not asking for a special treatment, simply asking for time to do the responsible, thoughtful, and community-centered thing. Please delay the vote and take the time to lead with heart and care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Michael Koo. And then following Catherine Pasquale, and then Marvin.
Hi, good evening, Board President, Board members, Superintendent, administrators. My name is Michael Koo. I'm a parent and resident in the Stowers Elementary boundary. And I know you've heard many testimonies over the past several weeks spanning 2 board meetings, so I don't feel it's necessary to repeat what's already been shared. So today my talk will be brief. So a generality of the consultant's report was that closing one school saves $850,000. Not all schools are the same, right? One is not the same as another. So I would want to understand how exactly that $850,000 savings is realized in each case. Maybe you have combination classes, you get to combine teachers, and that's how you save. Otherwise, it was said last meeting that nobody's being laid off, and we know staffing and benefits is the majority of our costs. So if no one's being laid off, how is the savings being realized? And that's the bottom line, right? We're closing schools, we're doing all these measures to save our money or to gain more enrollment and make money. But let's look at how the numbers add up. Let's make sure we make the right decisions rather than just closing it just for closing's sake. And secondly, I suggest breaking the voting into segments that are actionable rather than just say one blanket approve all or one blanket delay or one blanket deny all. Each of the measures and the voting aspects appear to be have different rationale and just different justifications for each. So I think each should be analyzed within its own segment and not voted all together. As far as analyzing the financial impact of Stowers closing, I know we've talked about it before. I've talked about it. The Mandarin, if you try to separate out the Mandarin dual immersion and separate out the International Baccalaureate, most certainly you're not going to keep the same number of engaged and the number of enrollments. So that's going to result in a decline of enrollment that the consultant obviously didn't kind of account for. And then as Jamie said just before me, just getting better, more recent data so we can get all the most recent and make all the decisions based on what's most reflective of today's efforts. So that's all I have, but thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Next we have Catherine Pasquale, followed by Marvin, and then Margaret Saito.
Good evening, school board. Thank you, President Nishi, for starting off with a timeline. That just shows us how long we've been working on this as a district and knowing that this has been coming. And so I think we've gotten to a critical point here. I would also like to acknowledge that the school district at the district office level is making a lot of cuts right now. And so I do understand this is not just hitting our school sites. I know the district has been trying to tighten its own belt before it hits school sites. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank you guys for that. Also, I think there were some really good changes in the way that this phase 1 and phase 2 are written up tonight. I noticed a lot of community input. I was very concerned when I saw the consultant's recommendations of what schools the student should go to when a school gets consolidated. I know there are a lot of community things at play, and so I really think community input for that is great. I also like that you put Stowers into phase 2. I was at tea with the trustee. I heard those concerns also about how long it takes to move an IB or to get an IB program approved, and so I acknowledge that you guys took that into account. I also know that there are some things that need to be figured out before 6th grade is moved up. You've got to figure out, how do you test fifth graders for Whitney now? You have to figure out, are the fifth graders going to go to camp now instead of the sixth graders? Or would it be sixth grade with their middle school? There's decisions that need to be made. You've got to make that last year on elementary campus special for the now fifth graders, and that there will be 1 year where that'll be both fifth and sixth graders. I think Ms. Yokoyama Bui and I both have kids who would be in those classes. Mine would be fifth graders, hers would be sixth grade, when that has to happen that year. So I know we'll be affected. And so I think that extra year for phase 2 gives us a little bit of time to make that happen. Also, there is one middle school that is very full. And so the school of choice process for the following year might need to be different to allow space for those sixth graders to come on campus the next year. So I think those are all positive, great changes. And so I thank you. I also noticed that you severed the Whitney expansion to out-of-district students and Whitney splitting up into 2 campuses. That's not on here. That's not something that is part of this decision tonight. And I think that's a great idea so that it doesn't, I think that phase 1 and phase 2 as is look good. I did want to share that there are issues with small schools. You have the same number of activities you want people to participate in, but less teachers who are able to run those activities. Combo classes, that's not great for students or teachers. At secondary, you've got teachers teaching more prep, so they have to teach more different subjects, which then makes a tighter master schedule, makes it harder for students to get into the classes they need because there's less flexibility, things overlap with each other, you don't have multiple sections of it, it gets hard. And then you also end up with fewer club advisors and coaches, because when teachers are teaching 4 different preps, they don't have the capacity to then do those extras sometimes. And then the last thing is that we now are supposed to have TK be a full grade level. And I know there's not space for that on some of our campuses. We only have 1 TK class at some campuses that have 3 kindergarten classes. If we're talking about an enrollment issue, we need to be enrolling 3 full TK classes. But there's not room until we get 6th graders off campus. So those are my thoughts. I'm sure I'm not popular in the room again. Sorry. Thank you.
That's interesting.
Thank you. We have Marvin, Margaret Sato, and Celia Spitzer will be after.
I just want to make sure that we all have access to those documents, so I don't mind waiting unless we just want to keep it going. Good evening, board members. My name is Marvin, and I am here tonight to advocate once again on behalf of the community of Hawaiian Gardens. At the June 3rd meeting, I urge you to keep Ferguson Elementary open, pointing to the decline in crime and also the significant investment that our city has made in supporting our youth in recent years. Since that meeting, I took the time to review the summary of public comments and was struck by an emerging pattern. Board members, I don't know if it's fully apparent to everyone here yet, but one of the unintended consequences, and I want to highlight that, unintended, of this proposed closure is that school communities are now being forced into a battle for survival. Some with more access to social and navigational capital than others, and that's something that I think we need to keep in mind. I also reviewed the SchoolWorks report was disappointed to see that no equity impact analysis was conducted. In fact, I don't think that equity was even considered in the decision-making process. So tonight, I want to present a few statistics pulled directly from the US Census to help illustrate exactly what you are signing off on if you move forward with the closing of Ferguson Elementary. Let's start with educational attainment, which you will see in the second page. In Lakewood, 90% of residents have a high school diploma. In Cypress, it's 94%. But in Hawaiian Gardens, it's only 68% of residents who have earned a high school diploma. When we look at higher education, the disparity is even more troubling. Just 17% of Hawaiian Garden residents hold a bachelor's degree, compared to much higher rates in neighboring communities. So I ask, why would you shut down a school that is directly working to close the gap through its educational programming and strong focus on biliteracy? Now let's look at poverty. The poverty rate in Hawaiian Gardens is approximately 18%, more than double that of Cerritos and Lakewood. Similarly, the median household income in Hawaiian Gardens is $40,000 to $50,000 less than Cypress and Lakewood. Again, I ask, why close a school that provides critical resources to a community that's already economically disadvantaged? Finally, let's consider the logistical and consequences of the proposed reassignment. A quick Google map search shows that if Ferguson Elementary is closed, families who walk to school and choose to attend Hawaiian Elementary will now have to walk 15 minutes. For those students that are supposed to be bused to Melbourne Elementary, the situation is even more dire. If a student misses the bus and their parent doesn't have reliable transportation, the families will be left with a difficult choice to make: walk 25 minutes to the school or keep their children at home. This is not equity, this is not access, and this is not the kind of decision that reflects a commitment to serving the communities. I urge you to approve to not approve the closure of Ferguson Elementary. The community of Hawaiian Gardens deserves an opportunity to get better. Thank you.
Next, we have Margaret Sato, Celia Spitzer after her, and then Ernie Vargas.
If you could line up when she calls their name, that would be greatly enable more speakers to talk during the time that we have allotted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this issue. I noticed that the budget reduction plan for 2025-26 is 5.7 million. Those are the cuts, as I understand, the reduction in terms of to the budget. Now, the consolidation and configuration that we're talking about is going to show 3.4 million, okay? Now, this is, to me, is more reorganization, and as you say, it's restructuring. We're not actually cutting staff. It doesn't sound like it. We're just moving people because we don't have enough students in certain schools. So what we're talking about is the fact that how can we effectively teach in terms of what we're dealt with, in terms of the number of students we have at each school. And so if we already are committed to the 5.7 million, maybe you might want to think about some of the things that they're saying, requests to consider in terms of like Stowers. If Stowers really is drawing people, drawing families into the school, into the district, I think you should reconsider closing the elementary. And like Whitney High School, opening it to out of district, if you're going to open it to out of district, Whitney should go to the district, families that are within the district, and open the other schools, the high schools. Let them come into Artesia, Gar, and Cerritos, okay? In terms of if you're going to have out of district people coming into the district. I don't know if that makes a difference, but in terms of giving priority, I think that we should give priority to the district to go to Whitney. And also maybe because of the demands to go to Whitney, maybe we need to look at the development of, we know why they want to go to Whitney, okay? If we could have the same standards in either Gar or Cerritos, developing so we would attract more people into the district, raising the caliber in terms of the classes and academic achievement. We might want to consider that, okay? Also, let's see. I think we need to talk to the families because the schools cannot do this by themselves. Families have to take the responsibility of teaching their children. And don't expect the families, the school to do it all. One time I went to the post office and I noticed this man came in to the post office and he had two small children, maybe 2, 3. And he was spelling, he said, we are at the post office, and he spelled post office, POSTOFFIC. So we need to develop best practices and help our families develop that, so we can have an environment that promotes literacy. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Celia Spitzer next, Ernie Vargas, and then Kathleen Mello Navajas.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I think they're being passed out, copies of my presentation. I decided to have you have them before I speak because I'm going to speak really fast. So that way you can follow along, because I know it's very hard to absorb and not have it in front of you. Good evening, ABC board members. I'm Celia Spitzer. I will start with a brief history of school closure in ABC, with which I am very familiar. In the mid-1980s, the board formed an ad hoc committee to recommend the closure of 3 of the 21 elementary schools and 1 of the 5 junior highs. I was an appointed member of that committee. We were given a list of 18 criteria to determine which schools to recommend for closure. We individually ranked each school on each criterion as to where it most closely met the reason for closure. The rankings from all committee members were combined and tallied. The result was clear-cut. Bloomfield was the overwhelming #1 recommendation. #2 was Cabrillo Lane, but not so definitively. After that, there was no school that stood out as a #3, or potential #3. Consequently, we recommended only those 2. The board agreed and closed both around 1984 or 85. Bloomfield near Carson and Norwalk was ultimately sold and developed as a shopping center. Cabrillo Lane became a second site for our growing adult school and remains so today. The committee felt it was not necessary to close any junior high. As a result, we didn't even evaluate those schools. Fast forward to 2022, when the board formed the ad hoc committee to, quote, review and prioritize issues of declining enrollment and efficient use of facilities, unquote. I served on this committee as well. We started out in a similar manner as in the 1980s. Potential middle school closure was not something we were asked to consider. One of the responsibilities given to the committee was, quote, making specific recommendations about specific sites to the board. At its December 2023 meeting, the committee, using a subset of the board provided criteria, identified 3 schools, Aloha, Ferguson, and Juarez. However, it decided to add 3 more and evaluate all 6 using additional criteria. Unfortunately, we never had the opportunity to do so. So here we are tonight when you need to take action and close elementary schools. I strongly support what is proposed in Phase 1 to close the 3 listed schools and do whatever is necessary to make that as easy and possible for all those affected. Regarding Phase 2, I strongly oppose closing Stowers. Its enrollment is certainly not declining. In fact, it is growing. Its longstanding IB program could not just be moved to another site. It takes a number of years to establish an IB program. Furthermore, when the ad hoc committee prioritized schools for potential closure, Stowers was not even close to being recommended. Bottom line, implement Phase 1 as described. Phase 2, I oppose any action regarding Stowers. While closing schools is a difficult decision to make, school districts, I'm almost done, throughout California are needing to do so. The board began exploring elementary school closure over 3 years ago. The current proposal is even more necessary now due to ongoing decreasing enrollment accompanied by decreasing revenue. Thank you.
We have Ernie Vargas, next is Kathleen Mello Navajas, and then Robin Rico.
Good evening, board. I know you may see me as a council member, but I'm going to represent myself tonight as a Hawaiian Gardens resident, speaking on just my community. I've been a resident of Hawaiian Gardens for 60 years. I was there at the beginning stages of our city, and I've seen the development and the beautification of what it is today. Even the development of our kids from the beginning stages of which were many gangs there, and I've seen the changes through the years. So I know you're listening to all the comments, all the statements and suggestions. I'm hoping that you will table your vote tonight to be able to hear what everybody is here for regarding their schools and closure. I'd like to mention a few things regarding some suggestions that I have. Ferguson School is a landmark in our community. It sits right in the middle of our community, and to close it, what is going to occur to those families? What's going to take place? Hawaiian Gardens is the smallest city in the LA County, and yet you've already closed one school, Bloomfield. And now if you close another school, that's 2 schools in the smallest city in LA County. And I'd like you to consider what that'll do to our community. Currently, Ferguson was going to be, there was a renovation for it. There was a $1.4 million that was granted from Congresswoman Steele, Congresswoman, $1 million from the casino, and additional funding for the project. What's going to happen to those monies if Ferguson is closed? And what about the monies for Measure BB? Where will those monies go to? I would like to just suggest a few suggestions to you that what is the possibility of you capping the Ferguson School, putting the cap on the students who go outside of the school, like other districts have. They have a cap on theirs. Also, changing the boundaries where our students go. If you change the boundaries, then our kids could go to the schools in that area if the boundaries are changed. Melbourne Elementary School is in Lakewood. It has a high percent of our Hawaiian Gardens residents. Aloha has Hawaiian Gardens residents. If you move those students to Ferguson, the numbers will be there. I believe Ferguson, the school can sustain itself. I'm a firm believer right now at this point. So I hope you will consider my suggestions, and thank you.
Next, we have Kathleen Mello Navajas, Robin Rico, and then Aaron Scholl.
Before we have our next speaker, can I ask a clarified question from the superintendent?
Sure.
The council member spoke about some funding for Ferguson. This is the first time I'm hearing from it. Can you please share that with the board?
So we would handle that when we have board comments.
Okay.
We can ask that question. In fact, I have that on my list of questions.
Thank you.
Good evening, honorable school board members. It's an honor to be here tonight. My name is Kathleen Mello Navejas. I am the former mayor of Hawaiian Gardens and city council member. And it really gives me great pleasure to see Olga here tonight. You know, I kind of got tears because I remember your mom walking side by side with, trying to save the schools, working very hard for Head Start. And I see you here tonight, Olga, on the school board. It really touches my heart. Hawaiian Gardens is a very poor community, and we've all struggled for many years to make that a beautiful city. And I saw you here tonight, and I thought, wow, look at this. We fought to get this school district to get a representative here for Hawaiian Gardens. We went to Sacramento and we got a bill to represent Hawaiian Gardens because for all these years, 20, 30 years, we never had anybody represent Hawaiian Gardens. And Francisco, I worked on your campaign. And tonight, you have a responsibility to protect Hawaiian Gardens. I served on the city council with Vin Ferguson, who was a founder of ABC School District. ABC School District stood for Artesia, I think Bellflower, Cerrito, something. What was it? Bloomfield. Yeah, something. And he was the founder. He helped incorporate Hawaiian Gardens. And what are you going to do with his legacy? Shut down the most important school right in the middle of Hawaiian Gardens? How can you have a conscience to do such a thing? And I walked with your mom, and we made tortillas and tacos and tamales to keep those schools and those Head Start kids, you know, in school. And if you take out that school, what's going to happen to that? That's the only school in the community. You close Bloomfield, Aloha Hawaiian Gardens kids go, but that's Lakewood. What's going to be left? So I ask you tonight, what are you going to do? Develop it? You're going to have developers come in and develop it? What's going to happen? You have a responsibility to that community to provide quality education for those children. And to close one of the most important schools in Hawaiian Gardens is a disrespect to this community. It took us how many years to get somebody elected, and now we have Dr. Olga Rios. I am so proud of you. And I ask you tonight to reconsider what you're doing to that community. It is inappropriate, and it is not okay. And we will fight to keep that school open. Thank you.
We have Robin Rico, Aaron Scholl, and then Carla B. Santa Cruz.
Good evening. I'm a parent of 2 children at Ferguson, and I've been asking the board to look into alternatives for consolidation since the community found out about this proposal. And have we considered consolidating the adult school and the continuation school? And can our middle schools even handle all the 6th graders, which somebody did bring up, and I'm grateful for that. I'm still a big proponent for limiting the school of choice, even though we benefit from school of choice because we come from Lakewood to Hawaiian Gardens. But again, there's not enough information to parents to know that dual immersion is happening at Ferguson. Long Beach Unified has like 3,000 kinder kids who want to be a part of the dual immersion program. Their middle school, which is Helen Keller, there's a lottery to go to their dual immersion middle school, where our FEDI has our students are able to get college credits for their dual immersion classes. So there needs to be a lot more emphasis on that. And I'm still waiting to see the financial benefit. And I'd like the school board to consider tabling the issue for at least another year. I don't believe the community of elementary school parents know what that you're planning to move the 6th graders into middle school. If they were, they would be here, I'm sure. So if the 26-27 school year we move forward with these changes, the kids who were in TK Kinder will be the kids who will be pushed into middle school, and these are our COVID babies, and that was so traumatic for them. So then consider we've had to, work extra hard to get them up to this point where they are now, and then you're going to traumatically move them into 6th grade middle school early. So how does that affect their learning and their ability to, love school and appreciate school? So I also think it's important for you to know that I've been in contact with attorneys from MALDEF and the ACLU. I have been told we have a case due to the discrimination against the Latino community and socioeconomic status based on the 14th Amendment, civil rights statutes, and state laws, equal protections claim. I have also included the racist comments from board member Sue Yu and the obvious discrimination from the district as a whole. Closing a school in your poorest neighborhood is not going to help ABC's academic excellence. Thank you.
We have Aaron Scholl, then Carla B. Santa Cruz, and then Anil Surendra.
Hello again. I was here earlier this month as well. My name's Aaron Scholl. I am a director of a charter school network called John Muir. We have 38 school sites. Initially, I was going to come up and ask you to consider splitting the phases up because phase 2 seems to lump a lot of things together that I think deserve a lot of separate study. But I'm struck by the comments from the parents from, I'll just call it the South, because we're closing a bunch of schools in the South, or preparing to. And I was struck because I wanted to share a little bit about the school district that I work for. We have a school called Rancho Cielo Youth Build in Salinas, California. It serves 150 students. It's a high school program. There's a culinary arts program. There's a full auto mechanic shop. There's an agricultural tech program. It gets millions of dollars of donations from the community because they see its value. Do we have a teacher for every subject area? No. Have we won awards across the state? Yes. Awards nationally? Yes. The point I'm trying to make is that the question here is, what is the right size for a school? Can a school operate with fewer than 600 students, let's say? Yes, it can. Do we need to shut down the school if we can't imagine a school site with 100 elementary school students? No. In fact, if my child was lucky enough to go to a school with only 100 students and very caring teachers, but they had to be in a classroom with first and second graders, maybe the community would prefer that to having the school completely shutting down. So I think this report here is great, but I also heard a lot of board members saying that they want ideas. And I think that we still have a lot of imagination power within this community. It sounds like the families really want to make this work. And so maybe making it work just means we don't have a full school, and we don't have as many teachers at that school, and we don't have as many admin at that school. But maybe the school is still great. Maybe the school becomes an award-winning school because of the intimacy it can provide. And maybe Stowers isn't shut down because it's a growing school. And it's a really robust program. So maybe we just do the right thing and make all of the schools really good. Thank you.
We have Carla B. Santa Cruz, Anil Surendra, and Janet Ortiz.
Before I begin, I emailed this to everyone as well as my 6-page report last time.
They have.
And how much time do I have? My
3 minutes.
Pardon me?
3 minutes.
My printer quit, so there's only 7 copies.
They have copies.
Thank you. Good evening. Once again, I'm Carla Santa Cruz. I come to you as a concerned Area 2 constituent, but my heart is still at Ferguson, where I taught for over 18 years. I have previously outlined and repeat my concerns for equity and safety of Ferguson students and families, as I expressed in June 3rd. But first of all, I would like to ask you to thank you for earnestly seeking public input, and I want to be part of the solution. I thank the board members who reached out to me, who read the report, and took time to meet with other members of the community and stakeholders such as myself. I ask you to please boldly and responsibly vote no or table the current board action item. Vote no in order to thoughtfully study, amend, and incorporate students, stakeholders' input. I'm not asking you to put it off forever. I'm asking you to please take more time to do something that we had only 1 month, less than a month, to hear about the shock of the plan and then to react to it. It will be too late to change course if you rush the vote tonight to consolidate and close schools based on incomplete and inaccurate data in the schoolworks plan. There's still time to amend and improve a plan to incorporate important stakeholders' input and still address budgetary concerns. Remember the design of the legendary ship Titanic? The big, beautiful ship design looked so great on paper, but tragically, it was built without including enough lifeboats to save its drowning survivors. The International Baccalaureate program is developed over time with an official specific approval process for non-educators, It may seem logical to just look at numbers, but for those of you who are educators, you know, like me, a carefully crafted IB program, uniquely woven with the Mandarin dual immersion program, is very unique and not just a plug-and-play process to develop or implement. Numbers can be split cleanly, district boundaries can be redrawn, but what's lacking is the human element of stakeholders who know and care about our multilingual, multicultural community. Stakeholders who want to be part of the solution and deserve to be part of the process that affects their children, our children. I firmly oppose the proposal to create Whitney Middle School to override the gem of Stour's successful, thriving, growing International Baccalaureate Mandarin program that takes years to create. Do not take present ABC students already welcomed with inter-district permits in order to speculate on possible future Whitney enrollment. Our current and future Stowers students already firmly strengthens ABC's ADA in its stellar program. Finally, I just do want to thank you. I always continue to thank you for your support of our biliteracy programs. Let's support our present ABCUSD family. Study and allow us to participate in the process. Support us and we will support you. Thank you.
Next, we have Anil Surendra, followed by Jeanette Ortiz and George
Hello,
Gallardo.
Good evening. My name is Anil. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak to the ABC board. It's unfortunate that many of the good elementary schools in the district have to be potentially combined and consolidated, and it's going to affect the students from the areas. I urge the board to please wisely look into every path to avoid the proposed integration and save the schools for the future students of the district. I would also like to know if the board has ever considered integrating the parts of Cerritos that border South Street, Palo Verde, and Artesia, which I am a resident of, that area. And it's close to the Auto Square, as you all probably know. Into the district, into the ABC school district system. This can increase student enrollment in the district and also will benefit the district in various ways. Thank you for giving me the opportunity and have a good day. Thank you.
Next, we have Jeanette Ortiz, followed by George Gallardo and Sarah Horta.
Hello. Becoming the voice of your community means more than just speaking up. It involves actively representing the diverse needs, concerns, and aspirations of the people you live and interact with. It's about being a bridge between your community and the systems or institutions that affect it. Good evening. My name is Jeanette Ortiz, and I'm speaking tonight with the weight of many voices behind the voices that couldn't be here because they're afraid. In our community right now, there's fear. Fear of ICE, of deportations, of being seen and targeted just for showing up. So if you're looking at the crowd tonight and wondering why it's smaller, please don't mistake absence for disinterest. We care, our families care. And we have shown that, not just with words, but with peaceful action week after week. If you close Ferguson, the wound doesn't heal, it spreads. It spreads fear, mistrust, and dispersion. But if you choose to protect this school, you protect the children, the working families, the stability of neighborhood that has already given so much. Tonight, you have the power to choose not just what's practical, but what's right. Please keep Ferguson open. Show that leadership still means listening. It's hard. We are living in hard times. Our families are dealing with this possibility consolidations, And now we're facing, just by our color of our skin, that we can't shop, we can't go anywhere, we can't show up because of the fear of being deported. And again, we're targeted because we're the minority. But let's not mistake that. We're here. And I will be here and speak on their behalf 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10,000 times if I need to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have George Gallardo, followed by Sarah Huerta and Maritza Trejo.
Good evening. My name is Jorge Gallardo. I'm an Aloha parent. Aloha Elementary is a place where students feel safe, seen, and supported. Feedback from students show they feel welcome and cared for, which is a direct reflection of the inclusive, respectful culture Aloha staff has cultivated across campus. Our students thrive in the small, inclusive environment that Aloha provides. One of the most impactful approaches that our students are provided is maintaining small class sizes, which allow teachers to provide targeted individual instruction. As a parent, I've seen firsthand the difference small classes size makes in my child's education. In a smaller setting, teachers truly get to know each student, their strengths, their challenges, and how they learn best. My child is not just one of many. They're seen, supported, and engaged every day. Smaller classes allow for more meaningful relationships between teachers and students, quicker identification of learning needs, and more responsive instruction. For students who may struggle or need extra help, this individualized attention can be the difference between falling behind and catching up. This past year, families at Aloha have experienced a deeper connection with the school community, which has led to a significant increase in parent involvement. By creating welcoming spaces and offering opportunities for authentic partnership, families now play a more active role in Aloha's school culture, events, and instructional programs. PTA participation and family event attendance has doubled. We have been able to add events and family fundraisers to support all students and the Aloha community. Our 2024-2025 PTA Association membership enrollment totaled 95 members, which included parents, guardians, Aloha staff, and district staff members. Aloha has been making great strides in reducing chronic absenteeism through consistent outreach, improved attendance monitoring, and meaningful incentives. The administration and staff have assisted families understanding the importance of daily attendance. And together, we built a culture that values showing up every day, ready to learn. Aloha has decreased the chronic absenteeism by almost 15% over the last 2 years. This progress helps retain critical funding within our district. Thank you.
Sarah Huerta, Maritza Trejo, and Juan Cerno.
Hi. So I just wanted to speak today for all of the parents who couldn't make it today, who are in fear of leaving their homes and their safety. Aloha has become very dear to us, and in this last year we have done a lot as far as the PTA. Like my husband said, this year we have had 95 members. We have had our first off-site fundraiser at Raising Cane's. Thank you, Mr. Nishi, for participating. This year, our 25-26 year, we definitely are going to do more. We're going to do greater and bigger things. Aloha's going to do amazing things this year. And I want to share with you that your report that you accepted the last meeting is incorrect, because Aloha is actually going to have a special education classroom next year. Ferguson currently has a special education classroom, and your report shows that it does not. So I want you to know that the report you have right now has incorrect information. So before you make any kind of decision tonight, know any decision you make would be based on false information. So think about that. make sure you make a decision on correct information. Go back to the drawing board. Get the facts right. Get the correct information. Because you do not want to make any kind of decision based on false information. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Maritza Trejo, Juan Cerno, and then Erwin Tuazon.
Hello, my name's Maritza Trejo. I am a parent of 2 children at Ferguson and one that's actually going to be coming into kindergarten for the dual immersion to learn Spanish and English. While I don't know your decision yet, and I don't know if we can convince you not to close any schools, I would like to offer you some ideas. Your recommendation is to close 4 schools. How about you start with 1? This way you can learn from any mistakes that you will have that may, and you can learn the do's and the don'ts and see how that works for you, rather than disrupting 4 schools and hundreds of students. As much as I would like to make this sound like a minority issue, it feels like it. You choosing to close Stowers after closing 3 other schools feels like a cover-up. It kind of feels like you are just trying to hush us. You probably didn't think minorities would stand up and fight for our children. Ferguson has a dual immersion program from kindergarten to 6th grade, fully developed and running smoothly, which has been visited by several schools to learn from the program. With that being said, allow parents to choose the schools we would want our children to attend to, because our Hispanic kids have the right for better education as well. Since you're disturbing our schools, allow us to have more programs and tools to allow our children to have a better education. Give our children a chance now that you are trying to dim their light. Let's be honest. We don't want to come to the schools in Cerritos, and you don't want us here. Please don't make us use our right for school of choice to move our children to yours. Allow us to stay with our community and with our family at Ferguson. I got wind that a board member questioned our teachers' ability to teach. My daughter reads, writes, takes all her tests in both English and Spanish, all because of the very capable teachers at Ferguson Elementary. As a minority, I take pride in defending my child, something our parents were not able to because of fear and lack of education. But here we are, educated by the very same schools you are trying to close. Speaking on the topic, moving schools will have a huge impact on parents who might fear to walk further due to the immigration statuses given and the current situation. Closing schools now seems so cruel, and I hope you consider your decision. Thank you.
Next, we have Juan Cerno, followed by Erwin Tuazon and Phoenix Tuazon.
All right, dear board members, good evening. I am Juan Cerna. I'd like to point out that I was going through all the paperwork and agendas this whole day at work, and I was kind of driving me nuts, but I was trying to figure out what was going on. And I even went back to as far as 2017 and to some of the school accountability report cards, and there's the status, and it shows that most of the schools were in the middle of classroom sizes, like they're already 22 going on 31 kids. So I'm like, if you close 4, I know you're going to flush all those kids into the other classes. So other schools around the neighborhood, and they're going to overcrowd the schools and overwork your teachers. So I kind of argue on motioning no on going forward with anything until we get further information, just like they said earlier, because we don't have completely all the facts. I don't have all the facts for the numbers for 25 this last school year, because according to SARC, it's not on there. But I like to say that the intimate school sizes at Aloha are really good, and any other small classes are beneficial for any kid going forward. I'm sure a lot of people would like to be learning from their teacher directly rather than being yelled at, and you know what I mean, like getting direction but not really listening, because most people don't learn that way. It's either hands-on or they like to be visual. It depends on the child. And I know that's why we appreciate Aloha for everything they do. And I'm sure Ferguson and Stowers are really good at their programs too, because they sound really amazing too. So now, you know, like I said, like I seen the poster outside when I walked up here. It says, we're here to help every child, every school. So let's figure out another way. There's got to be another way. Thank you guys. Good night.
Thank you.
Next, we have Erwin Tuazon, followed by Phoenix Tuazon and Eddie Salcido.
Hi, good evening. My name is Erwin Tuazon, Cerritos resident and parent of rising 4th and 2nd graders at Stowers Elementary. I want to thank the board for allowing us this opportunity to speak and also meeting with many members of our community over the past week. I want to reiterate some of the reasons that Stowers is an asset to ABCUSD. Our enrollment is increasing. We have an incoming kindergarten class of 100, which, if kept going, our overall enrollment will increase by a full class size each year, reaching capacity by the 2030 school year, earlier if we don't cap the Mandarin program. And additionally, a reminder that the SchoolWorks report recommendation number 5 stated that Stowers closing is contingent on a 6-8 middle configuration, and if a separate Whitney campus was needed to take over Stowers. Regarding special programs, they're not as easily moved as people think. I know it's like we can move the Mandarin program, but the faith in that program is already getting chipped away. A couple of families have already left Stowers. Our newly formed Stowers Foundation went from planning and fundraising to raise funds to hire teachers' aides for classrooms to fighting for our school's life in a matter of days. On top of that, the unique designation of being an IB school gives many students outside of the district an easy way to transfer in. And on top of that, the IB motto pairs perfectly with the dual immersion program. It challenges our students to understand other cultures, which is definitely needed right now. Instead of cost cutting, how about a definitive and transparent cost-benefit analysis? Research other ways to invest, like a more aggressive independent study program to help recoup lost attendance funds. Research the possibility of a K-8 program if that makes sense in that area. Research the possibility of other dual immersion programs to increase attendance. Research the social impact, not just the academic impact, of a 6-8 middle configuration. With kids younger and younger owning smartphones, do we really want our youngest 11-year-olds mixing in with our most mature 14-year-olds without giving more research to the social impacts? Please think about our students. Please think about what's happening with our country, with our immigrant communities. Is now the best time to talk about consolidation for any school with what's going on? These actions are concentrating on the students of the future, but what about these students now? These students who went through COVID, these students in our communities that may be affected by what's going on around them, these kids that, if approved, we are asking to go through another drastic change. Yes, kids can be resilient, but how about this time just letting kids just get a chance to be kids? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We have Phoenix Tuazon and then Eddie Salcido.
Good evening, ABC community. My name is Phoenix, and I'm a rising 4th grader at Stowers Elementary. One of the best experiences for our community was when we Stowers students had the opportunity to put on a show. We didn't do a musical like every other school. We did Shakespeare. We did comedy. Despite many people doubting we could do it, our production of A Midsummer Night's Dream was a hit and filled the Brewer Theater at Cerritos High. It was full of magic, music, and joy. We even had Tony Award winner Ms. Anika Noni Rose in our audience, who is best known as the voice of Disney's Princess Tiana. She told us she loved it. We made Shakespeare modern, accessible, and understandable using his own words from 1595. We were the first to sing 2 original songs. We also danced to the original choreography by an 8th grader from Carmenita. Who else is bringing Shakespeare to life in Cerritos with elementary students? It was such a success that our directors are coming back next fall to direct us Stowers students in another Shakespeare play. Our production made believers out of doubters. It brought kindergarten to 6th grade students together and showed people that if you trust kids to do hard things, they can achieve that and more. It happened at Stowers Elementary. Thank you for listening.
We have Eddie Salcido.
It's hard to follow that up. Both of them. That father was amazing. My name is Eddie Salcedo. I am a father of now one ABC school district student, another left because of this board and this school district, basically. I'm here to talk about something a little bit different than everyone else. Everyone's talking about the consolidation of the schools. I'm here to talk specifically about something that I'm not saying you're trying to sneak it in, but the SchoolWorks recommendation of expanding Whitney's enrollment to outside students. Before I begin, I want to be very clear that whatever I say is protected under free speech, whether I say something offensive, use some language, I don't intend to, I don't want to, but I'm pissed. But it is protected free speech. Cohen, California, 1971, Iceland, Madison Local School District 2021. I can kind of say whatever I want. But what I want to say is what you're trying to do right now with Whitney is just blatantly wrong. Because what you're telling this community is let's close a bunch of schools and let's bring a bunch of kids from outside when there are plenty of students within the school district who qualify for Whitney. It's not that high of a bar, but there are plenty of students that are at Ferguson, Willow, Juarez, you name it, Kennedy, who have in the past have been denied their rightful spot according to your own policy. Dr. Castro and the rest of the crew has repeatedly denied students their rightful admission to Whitney High School. And now you're saying, let's consolidate schools and let's bring kids from the outside. It's utterly ridiculous. It is, the numbers are there, the facts are there. I sat in front of Dr. Castro, Bob Buena, everyone. That's how we've always done it. So we're not going to change our policies, especially the Hawaiian Gardens kids. We've talked about this, Dr. Ogarios. Especially the Hispanic kids. The school district is 45% Hispanic, yet only 11.9% of Whitney is Hispanic. You tell me that there's that disparity in the kids, that they're that dumb that they can't get in? No, they can get in. And there's repeated systematic denial of kids from Browner schools to get into Whitney High School. It's facts. You have schools that are obligated to have 3 spots to come into the school. How many are they getting? 1 or 2? But you'll have Gonzalez and they'll have 27 kids over-indexing on Carmelita by 50 plus kids. So for you to consider the fact that you want to open up, and Schoolwork said it's to help with the declining enrollment of the school district, no, that's bullshit. We have enough kids that go to this school. So whether you have to close schools, we know that. It sucks, but be CEOs, do what your job, what you were voted to do. Close the schools. Explain to them why you're closing them. Give them the first right to take the bus, the first right to go to Whitney, the first right to go to school of choice. Do the right thing when you close the schools. You have to close the schools. It sucks. But this doesn't need to be the Hunger Games out here with these kids and these families fighting against each other. But to contemplate bringing in more kids to help in the enrollment of the school district is nonsensical. It's unethical. It's stupid. It's effing stupid. And if you think that Dr. Castro and her crew are going to do this again and deny our kids the rights, you're looking at lawsuits. You're looking at denial of civil rights, 1961, civil rights 6. So do the right thing with the schools. Explain to them why you're going to close them. Give them all the opportunity. But this idiotic idea of allowing kids to come into Whitney is farcical. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
None.
Thank you. I'd like to take a quick, yeah. Would a council member from Lakewood like to speak? Because we do have, we did allow it to 9 o'clock, so. Just go ahead and turn in your card afterwards, it's all right.
I know.
We have David Ariano.
I apologize.
Mr. Ariano?
Yeah, I apologize.
Councilmember Ariano.
Councilmember Ariano.
Excuse me. Yeah, Councilmember, not the mayor. Not yet. But no, good evening, everyone, trustee, ABC staff, and passionate parents and residents and teachers. My heart goes out to everyone here tonight and those outside the room as well. As you guys know, I'm Councilmember Ariano, elected by the residents around Aloha in the 4th District, and I believe Ernie's area as well. So thank you so much for all you've been doing. This is a very difficult decision that's being considered tonight, and I will respect whatever outcome that you reach tonight as you make your decision. I appreciate the transparency that we've had with Lakewood staff and then also the ABC staff. Like I said, I respectfully ask that I know these decisions are very hard, but if there's any way possibly a little bit more time, because as you know, You have a recommendation, but as trustees, you have time that could put more into the decision. So this decision that you make will impact generations to come, and I appreciate you letting me speak, and good luck tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to take a quick 10-minute recess. Oh, but there's one more. Go ahead. We have time. We did move it till 9 o'clock, so please identify yourself. Mayor.
Good evening, President Nishi, Superintendent Dr. Zitlow, members of the board. It has been a journey, and I come here on behalf of majority of residents of Warren Gardens to go to Ferguson Elementary School who are going through such fear. I trust that the board has deliberately and thoroughly studied the options, and our desire and the rest of the community, we want our schools to remain open. Ferguson Elementary School is a community school. It's so unique, very unique. It's etched in the heart of Warren Gardens, and we would like that option to continue our work there. Again, thank you so much, and on the families of Warren Gardens, we will continue to work together. Thank you, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Okay, one more time. Anybody else like to? Again, we have time.
Seeing none.
Seeing none, then I would like to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back at 9 o'clock exactly. Okay, the board is back in session. The public comment section is completed, and now we will entertain board comments. Board Member Su Yu.
Yes. Before we go into anything, I
Turn-
wanted to...
turn on your mic.
It's on? Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I wanted to ask a quick question, which is very important. As an immigrant child myself, children do not choose to immigrate to this country. They come and follow their parents. I came when I was 8 years old. I grew up in LA. And I want to ask a very important question. I know that our board president and Dr. Zillow made a very important comment, but we did, as a board, pass a resolution to protect children on this campus in our ABC district, regardless of their immigration status. And I wanted to ask Dr. Zillow, can you share that with us?
Thank you. Yes. Back in 2017, this board made a commitment to protecting all children, regardless of immigration status. And there are education codes and laws, plus our own board policies that all dictate the same things. And so just to reassure families that if children are at our schools, we will follow all laws and protect them. And our campuses are closed to anyone who is not connected to a child.
And the reason why we want to emphasize this is we want the community to be rest assured that we will protect your children, because children need to be emotionally safe and secure. And all the teachers and the staff should set aside time to assure the children that you are safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Now we will entertain comments on this particular agenda item. Okay, Board Clerk Tatiana Yokoyama Bui.
As we all know, this is probably one of our least favorite decisions we'll ever have to make while on the board. As I understand, in November 2024, the board had a contract with SchoolWorks to assist the district in maximizing school facilities, capacities, and utilization, and make a recommendation to the board regarding possible school consolidations. And that took place in November in 2024. And as I understand, the reason why we contracted with SchoolWorks was because in 2023, a committee with community members appointed by the board, as well as representatives from the ABC district community, representing teachers and various other members of the district, were not able to ultimately reach a decision to close schools. They met for about a year, looking at similar data to what SchoolWorks was asked to look at. So these community members, some of whom are here tonight, were asked to evaluate our schools based on numbers, and ultimately they could not reach a decision. And I'm sure it was very difficult for them, just like it's difficult for us now. Yes, again, they were not able to make a recommendation because they voted no. I believe it was a 6-3 vote, and I've reviewed the minutes from that meeting, so thank you. So where I'm left here is that we have a SchoolWorks report that was provided to us in May based on data, which some members of our community believe is imperfect, incorrect, not current, but it's data nonetheless. It's objective. And what I also understand is we've had an immense amount of public comment, not just tonight, but for the past 3 meetings. We've had a showing of community members come out, a small number in support and understanding of what is required of the district, and a big number advocating for their schools and their communities, which is absolutely expected and warranted. I don't think any ABC school would have zero numbers showing up in support of their schools. So where does that leave us? There's no perfect school. But it's a bit unsettling to me when the data is presented and a report is presented and it turns into less about understanding how we can move forward and more about trying to provide other schools or other options or other things that we could do. That's why they had my understanding is that's why we had the objective report. So for me, I'm not, I don't, it's very hard for me to take apart the report and say, I like this part of the report, but not this part of the report. And ultimately for me, it's an all or nothing decision. Additionally, we're looking at numbers, we're looking at trying to grow our district population by bringing in kids from out of the district in elementary school. I'm potentially, in the future, and I don't know if this is something we could approach, I'm concerned about how our middle schools will be affected and whether we are going to be able to, for example, at Stowers, where we're getting these big numbers, really optimistic, great numbers, are we going to be able to meet the expectations of those inter-district families when their kids eventually will have to go to junior high or high school? Can our schools, or the schools that they would desire to go to, be available to them? Will they leave? What options do we have when other school districts seize our opportunity that we have right now to grow this program, and they do the same exact thing, and then we're left with, I think someone referred to it as a golden goose that we've invested our time and money into that potentially another district could just copy. So I think, a couple years ago was too late to make a decision. I think we're in a very tough position now, and it's no longer just about money, it's about our schools and the academics in our communities. And so I don't think that any of the decisions that we're making are any reflection of how I feel about the community at a particular school. Not at all. I actually, I empathize with every single parent that's here. And I don't want this to be the last time we see any of you. If there is studies or sessions or something where we can get participation and contribution, your thoughts are going to be needed. And as President Nishi referenced earlier, we're discussing big, important items tonight. Stay and listen, because this for the past 6 months, this is what I've been hearing and listening to. I'm not putting my head in the sand. I'm not closing my eyes to what you guys are saying. I'm listening to everything. But I do understand the importance of this decision tonight, and I will do what I believe is the best for our district.
Thank you. Vice President Francisco Noyola.
Thank you, President Nishi. I'll probably just start by saying this decision we've all been trying to make is very objective. The school report is very objective. It's looking at numbers. And for myself, I can speak that it has been very hard trying to be objective because, like it's been mentioned, I am from Hawaiian Gardens. I grew up in Hawaiian Gardens. I went to Hawaiian Gardens schools, and that is a part of who I am. And now I get to sit up here as the first homegrown kid to represent Hawaiian Gardens in this seat. So I'm very proud of that. And I thank the people who came before me, like Dr. Rios, that paved the way. And to me, this consolidation plan, we have to be objective, but we also have to be empathetic, and we have to collaborate with our community. And the things they're sharing with us are things that this plan doesn't really consider yet. So I think we really need to figure out a way to incorporate the ideas that were shared, not just today, but in the past, of trying to increase our enrollment. But there is a road we have to take down, and I think that road is inevitable, that schools will have to be consolidated. So my decision is to create a plan with us here today, and make that decision to go down a road together. As hard as it may be, I think we have to, for the good of the students. We have made a lot of progress. Our LCAP is phenomenal. We've been making slow and steady positive changes that have been because of our teachers, the investments we made in our campuses, and for everybody here works very, very hard to get those small little changes of growth positive every year. And the reason we're doing this consolidation is because we want to keep that momentum. If we slow down, if we have to make cutbacks, we lose that momentum, and we can actually go in the opposite direction. So although I wish I could just be subjective and not close any schools, I do have to be objective and face the reality that if we want to keep this momentum going at ABC, we have to make a decision. I think we can discuss here a little more on what we would like to see moving forward, but I think a plan needs to be made.
Thank you, Vice President. Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President Nishi. As you guys all know, this is very tough, especially for Board Member, Noyola. And it was like that when we were passing the bond. I was so torn because there were people who were against the bond. But we carried it forward, and we used the bond money. The first thing we did was to secure all the schools with cameras and fences, closed campuses, and we did the right thing as a board. And we sit here because we love children, we love the community, we love the people. Everybody on this board, we always talk about what can be done to improve the academics for the schools on the south side. That is probably what we talk about the most, honestly. And I just want to share with you guys that this was not a decision that was done in 1 month. If you look at the board agenda and you look at the timeline, February 2019, we hired the Davis demographics to study the enrollment. That's when we started, 2019. May 2022, we formed ad hoc committee, school facilities, capacities, and declining enrollment. January 2023, Davis demographic updated the demographic study. And between May 2023 and 2024, for 1 year, the ad hoc committee met 1 year, 2 town hall meetings, and did not deliver final report because we were not ready as a district and a community. November 2024, the board hired Schoolworks. And May 20, 2025 is when the Schoolworks presented the recommendation. And June 3rd, we had the public hearing, and here we are today. So it was not something that happened overnight. It was a process. And during the last 4 years, we waited, but the enrollment declined even further because it's not just our district, right? As you all know, it's the whole California. And the stakeholders, not just the residents, but the teachers and the families and the others, we understand this issue. And we as a board member, we have a duty and a responsibility because we didn't hire all these demographers for nothing. They're the ones who studied the enrollment trend, inter-district, intra-district students, trend of each school, each campus's enrollment. They studied all the data, and they did this with the staff. We hired a staff, our director, Dr. Castro, and our CBO Tuan, who knows all the money, and Dr. Zidlo, they put their heads together with all the principals, and they came up with this. And I have been on the board for 13 years, and I do respect that our district executive board and principals and teachers, we have very excellent educators who are not corrupt, who does not waste. So I really do put my trust in this result. It was pretty shocking, but it is very important that we move forward and take action tonight. And I do like to definitely ask our staff to make sure that the transition team must consist of impacted parents, teachers, and family, and provide plans for the transportation and priority in school choice for the impacted students and family, and that all the programs will stay intact and report to the board quarterly. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Dr. Olga Rios.
Whew. Okay, I just want to speak to a few considerations that I'm thinking about, but I'll start off with a follow-up. We did commission a report for, I remember when we were considering the bond, and the people came back and said, don't do it, it's not going to pass. And we said, yeah, we don't know about that. We think we can absolutely get it to pass. And it took work from all of us, but we've taken reports and made our own decisions about it. I just want to speak to 3 considerations that I'm making. We did get to hear from the district, and the district did make a compelling case about why we needed to do this, and as you can imagine, a lot of it was financial. But here are 3 things that I am considering, as well as I know my other board members are. Timing. This is a very difficult time, and I would consider this what's happening in our communities being under attack, the fact that people are scared to leave their homes. I mean, I was at In-N-Out today, and it was like, what's going on? Usually there's a line. Like, I mean, at In-N-Out, people aren't coming to In-N-Out to buy a hamburger because they're scared of what might happen to them. So I know, somebody spoke to that. They probably would have been here, but they're scared. I believe that. And so timing right now, to me, is a big issue. The fact that we would be holding this decision over people's heads for an entire year, I think I had a problem from the beginning. The second thing that I'm considering is the issue of equity. From day one, we knew that this impact would have a disproportionate effect on our vulnerable communities who are already struggling. Transportation is absolutely going to be an issue. And even though we heard that they're, tentatively creating a plan of how kids were going to get from A to B, we heard the community, and we've been hearing people tell us over and over that, grandparents walk their kids to the schools. Somebody brought up about what if the kid misses the bus? That's going to be a real issue. And so I don't know that we can come up with a plan that's going to effectively address issues of kids getting to school on a daily basis. We know attendance is already a problem as it is. We know parent engagement is a problem as it is. Again, disproportionately going to affect the most vulnerable in our schools. And then the third consideration is, does this really address the big issue? We did commission a demographic report, and from day one they told us that it's not necessarily that the kids aren't at these schools, is that families are choosing not to send their kids to the schools. Whether it's perception, whether it's reality, that is an issue that we continuously ignore. They gave us numbers, anywhere from 30 to 60%. People are choosing not to send their kids to the school. I know teachers were kind of upset because I brought up outcomes. To me, it matters that kids read by 3rd grade. We're in the business of educating students to be functioning adults, whether they're anything, whatever background, whatever color, whatever ability, they have to be able to read and write, regardless of what they choose to be. And it's not our decision who or what they're going to be. Are they going to go to college? Again, if you go to Artesia High School, 100% of them will apply to college and possibly walk onto a college campus. So anyway, those questions probably shouldn't be directed at teachers. They should be directed to principals. It should be directed to our ed services, it should be directed to our superintendent, because somebody has to own it. Somebody has to own that idea of how do we get more of our kids to read, write, and do math at grade level. So anyway, those are the real issues. I don't know that consolidating schools at this point today in time is the way to go. Reimagine education. We've been talking about that for the past 5 years. Yet to see, they did it at Stowers, it sounds like. Why isn't it happening in other places?
Thank you. Board Member McCatton.
Good evening. I'd like to really thank everyone for their heartfelt comments tonight. And I know fiscally we need to shut some schools, but I'd like to slow down the process. I really don't want to see Ferguson closed. I think that they are in the middle of a grant, a reading grant. They've made great progress on that, and we're now going to say, okay, stop. You've given PD to your teachers. Stop, and we're going to shut your school, and those teachers can go to other places, but they're moving in the right direction. They're making progress with their students. Their scores have gone up. I just think it's a bad time to stop that. Secondly, at Stowers, a school that is, their population is rising up because of the immersion program and because of the IB program. I don't think it's a time to close that school either. I'm going to suggest that we look at closing a southern school, closing a northern school, doing it slowly. It's going to take, it's a process. It's going to be a hard process. There's lots of memos of understanding between the teachers union and the classified unions, and it's going to take some doing. I'm sure we have great teachers at Aloha. I've just begun to know them. I have subbed at Juarez. I know that those teachers are, when Juarez became an engineering school, they went full force into that. I don't want to disregard them at all. We have to start somewhere. And I know that those teachers from Juarez will go to other schools and be successful. But I'd like to slow the whole process down at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had to write my notes down because I do take things personally. But I just want to talk about the facilities committee that's been mentioned. I was on that committee. I was there. We did have recommendations. We ultimately voted to send to the board a no vote. But we made sure that there was recommendations that were going to be sent to the board. Unfortunately, we had members on that committee that blocked the ability to send the recommendations to the board. It was out of our control. We had a list going. We did a great job. I think we worked through some of our differences, but ultimately, there were members on that committee that didn't show up. There were members that had questions that went back to another meeting. So we did our job, and there was recommendations. But ultimately, yes, our recommendation was not to close schools. Okay, I wrote this down because I don't think I could get through my notes if I didn't. So as a Latina, I can't consider this agenda item. I cannot even begin to consider a plan that would deepen the fear and instability already threatening our families. We have fought too hard to build schools that reflect who we are, Latinos. To now no longer be worth keeping open, we are being asked to close schools, but let's be clear. This is about people. This is about children, families, and neighborhoods, especially those that have been historically underserved, marginalized, and too often ignored. School is more than just a building. It's a safe space. It's a support system. And for many students, the most stable part of their day. And we heard that from many of our public comments. Consolidating schools uproots that stability. It breaks apart trusted relationships between students, educators, and families. These connections are especially critical for students who are already living with trauma, stress, and uncertainty. And that brings me to the heart of the issue. 3 out of the 4 schools being targeted for closure are Title I schools, serving predominantly Latino students and families who are already economically disadvantaged. These are communities that face systemic challenges every day: displacement, underfunding, language barriers, and a constant fight for equitable resources. Now, on top of those struggles, families are also living under the real and immediate threat of ICE raids. Let that sink in. ICE raids. We had our parents come up here and talk about that. I live in fear. I don't want to go outside. You heard Dr. Rios. You go and you see our communities are empty right now because there's fear. They're living in fear, fear of separation, fear of deportation, fear of losing their loved ones. You can go to social media. You can go to the news. You hear about it. I follow one of the posts that just shows constantly where ICE is at. And you know our students carry that weight with them into the classroom. How can we even talk about closing the schools that offer them safety, consistency, and care in the middle of that kind of trauma? I ask myself, and you should all each ask yourselves, have we done enough to prevent these closures? What alternatives have we explored? Have we truly exhausted every creative solution? A study session to look at all the public recommendations. We have so many ideas from our public comments. Why aren't we looking at those? Why aren't we considering those? Now, let's be honest. When we consolidate schools like this, we're not just closing buildings. We're closing the doors on trust, on community and belonging. And we're doing it to the very families who already feel under siege. And listen, you already heard it. When we close a school, it doesn't open back up. It's closed forever. So I feel that this is not the time to be discussing school closures. Okay, we have a report that we accepted, but it's just a report. It's just a recommendation. We're the board. We make decisions. We can make our own decisions. We don't have to follow someone who doesn't know our communities, someone who doesn't know our families. So with that being said, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to table this agenda to another time.
So I'd like to make a few comments before Board Member Yu gets to, just because we all get a chance, right?
Sure.
So first, I think the audience needs to have some answers to some of the questions. Just there's 27 questions or issues, so that's definitely an issue. So one of the persons indicated, where does the $850,000 savings come in? So hopefully somebody can answer that question. Mr. Nguyen?
So this number was provided to the ad hoc committee back in 2023. So when you consolidate a school, right, or close them, the teachers will follow the students, right? So what will be the saving? You will not have a principal. You will not have support staff like the 2 custodians. You will not have the office staff like the secretaries. You will not have to spend the additional funds to maintain the facilities. And potentially there could be some saving in utilities. So we analyzed that, and the committee studied that and analyzed the costs. Those are the real savings of closing the schools. So the questions come in is, if you're not laying off anyone, where's the savings? So just because we don't lay off personnel, permanent employees, doesn't mean that we don't have vacant positions that we can move staff into. So if you were to close the school, there will be real saving to the bottom line.
Okay,
because
thank
you
you.
will not have those positions.
Thank you. This was a question that was asked to me. If we go 6, 7, 8, there was an issue, or somebody indicated that the study seems to show that we would lose school of choice, and we have less out-of-district kids because our campuses are too full. So is that the case if we go to 6, 7, 8, that we will lose out-of-district kids and we will lose school of choice?
So the recommendation is to move 6, 7, and 8 beginning in 27, 28. So by that time, we will have about, depends on the numbers. If you look at the current, so that would be the current 4, 5, and 6. Right? In 2 years, they will be 6, 7, and 8. If you were to add those enrollment as of right now, it will be about 3,800 students. So if you were to remove the 330 that would normally go to Whitney's, right? Or it wouldn't be if you depends on the board configuration of the Whitney. If they have a 6, 7, and 8 also, then we would be about at 3,400 students. So we do have the capacity at the middle schools to accommodate all those students, including permit students from outside the districts.
So we won't lose any permanent students, and we won't lose any school of choice if we go 6, 7, 8. Is that the answer?
The answer is we won't lose permit students. The school of choice capacity will be different, depends on if the board chooses to redraw the boundary.
Correct.
So total capacity, we do have the capacity at the middle school to accommodate permit students if they want to come. Again, if they want to come to a certain school, there may not be capacity.
Right. Right now,
And-
though, that the middle school, it's not on our agenda to move those boundaries. So at this point, we would not lose.
Yeah, it would be part of the transition plan if we need to. So
Thank you. Let me ask another question. There was somebody who talked about $1.4 million from Michelle Steele. Does somebody have an answer to that particular question? I need to,
Can you-
unfortunately, ask staff.
Do you want to address
I
that,
do have-
Tuan?
Yeah, I will answer that.
Thank you.
So we have been approached by the city manager as exploring stage. There has not been a formal proposal from the city of Hawaiian Garden that the superintendent and I have met with the city manager from Hawaiian Gardens. He has indicated that the city of Hawaiian Garden have secured some grants that potentially could renovate or do some kind of renovation at Ferguson, similar to Fetty. But they are still trying to secure and finalize the funding. So they have not come forward with a proposal for us to consider, for staff to even share with the board, because it's still at the exploring stage and they have not finalized all the fundings. So the grants, my understanding is the grant from the former Congresswoman is a component of the total funding. There was a number was discussed at up to $3-4 million. So $1.3 million was just part of the grant. There was other funding sources that the city was trying to secure, but it's still at the exploring stage. We have not received any formal proposal from the city.
Okay, so it's 1.4 is guaranteed then?
Again, we don't know. That's
We don't know,
between the
okay.
city of Hawaiian Garden and the former Congresswoman. We don't know if there's any condition, if there's any timeline. We have not received a proposal from the city of Hawaiian Garden.
And so the congressman is approved monies to improve the specific school facilities, like everything at that school?
Again, it's part of the funding. We were told that the city of Hawaiian Garden have secure commitment from the former Congresswoman to support the renovation of Ferguson Elementary. That's a school that they are proposing. Does it have to be at that school? I don't know.
Oh, it could be any school, in
Again,
probably Hawaiian Gardens, though.
Again, I don't have the details of the proposal because we have not received a proposal from the city.
Okay. All right. There was a discussion regarding a $400,000 grant at Ferguson, right? Can you give me some details regarding, is that transferable to any other location, or is that money lost?
Dr. Castro can
Dr. Castro? Sorry. Because there's somebody talked about it in the audience, so I need to ask.
Sure. That is the literacy grant from the state of California, and I believe we have 1 more year left on that grant.
Okay, so there's 1 or 2 more years left on that particular program. Can it be transferred to another school? Is that possible? Do we know?
No, it cannot be transferred to another school.
It
because
cannot be
it's-
transferred to
yeah,
another
it's
school.
dependent on the demographics of that particular school site.
What is the amount?
It's $400,000, so what's left over is about 100,000.
I don't have that specific detail at this time.
it's a 4-year grant or a 2-year grant? 3-year grant?
It was a 2 to 3 year grant granted by the state. It was no application process for the grant. The school was simply designated with that grant money, and there's requirements that have to be met in order to keep your grant funding going.
So how much have we spent to the grant so far?
I don't have that information in front of me right now, but I'd have to do some research to follow up. I'm not sure if Mr. Nguyen has that information.
We can provide that through Thursday notes.
Well, I need to make a decision. Do we have anybody on staff to be able to answer that particular question? I see. Okay. All right. They spent some of the money already, correct?
Yes, we have spent some of the money mostly on our literacy coaching and supports.
All right, I have enough questions here. Board Member Yu?
So I have some questions too. What were the schools recommended by the ad hoc committee that studied this and met together for 1 year? What were the schools that were recommended, but of course they didn't finalize during the discussion of that 1 year? Do you have an answer?
Again, this committee did not
Deliver.
provide a report to the board.
Mhm.
So they looked at the 19 schools,
Mhm.
and they used a different criteria. They narrowed down to 6, but I believe at the final 2 was Juarez and Aloha. But again, the recommendation was no, not to move forward with closing those 2 schools. So therefore, there was no report from the committee to the board.
Okay. So we have in 2018, we had 20,299 students. This year, we have 17,510 students. And of the 17,510 students, 2,700 students are enrolled from outside the district. And we have the enrollment statistics that's available to the public, in our agenda. And if you look at the 4 schools, Aloha in 2001 had 463 students, and this year we have 299 students. Ferguson, 712 students 2001. Today we have 291 students. Juarez, 516 students, and we have 297 students. Stowers, 609 students and 543 students. But for Stowers, of the 543 students, how many are from interdistrict? 157. All right, it's a pretty big number. And so because of the school choice, as my colleague, board member Dr. Rios mentioned, so the students come from other homeschool within the district. That's how many, almost, not 50%, but like 40%, right? So it is ideal.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, you do not have a say in this, but
Okay.
thank you.
So, hello. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, President Nishi. That threw me off. Okay. Status quo is the easiest thing for us as a board. And if we don't take action, what's going to happen is, it's just not sustainable. Status quo is not sustainable, folks. And if we don't take action, Dr. Zidlow, what can we foresee in the next 3 years, 5 years?
Well, we will have to regroup and look at how we are using our current funding. So It will mean we have to review programs, processes. In order to maintain staff, we may have to eliminate programs. It's hard to say what those details would be. We have, for many years, been able to use one-time funds to deal with combination classes. That will not be an option anymore. And so even in schools where class sizes were small, they may be contract size, and may have 2 grade levels in them at the elementary level. For us as a district, we have to work through whatever decision the board makes, but there will be significant changes that will have to be made.
And so if we don't take action tonight, it's going to be August, and that's a new school year. We cannot make any decisions when the new school year. So it's going to delay another, who knows how it will, come as an action item or, discussion, study session again. During those 2-3 years, I do not want to go the route of Santa Ana Unified School District. They just laid off 400 teachers. And can I ask a question to the teacher union president, how the teachers?
No,
I
you
can't.
you
Okay.
need to ask staff.
Okay. HR, Dr. Frazier, I wanted to ask you the competitiveness of our teachers. The living cost is constantly going up. And will the teachers at ABC Unified stay with us, or can we recruit and hire competitive teachers without being competitive in pay and raises?
Thank you, Madam Suna. I think it's important for us when we negotiate with our unions that we look at competitive rates throughout between the different districts, and I think that's what we do and what we're committed to make sure that our employees feel valued and want to be with us.
Mm-hmm. So status quo is not sustainable, and it's not really about just the money, but for our students to have the best teachers and not cut programs, because it's about educating them to close the gap. I think that it is responsibility of our board to move forward with this action, because we've been working on this since 2019, and the data, the enrollment, presented by the people who only does this, the school works, they don't just work with our district, they studied the entire other districts too. So what is best for the students?
Thank you,
know,
Board
that's-
Member Yu.
that's
I want to
important. Thank you.
move to the next person. Vice President Noyola.
Thank you, President Nishi. If I can amend the motion made by Board Member Mendoza.
It hasn't actually been seconded
Oh,
yet.
sorry.
Yeah.
So if I,
Yeah.
We're still in the middle of
Okay.
board comments.
Board comments.
If somebody wishes to make a second at a certain point, then we'll entertain that.
okay, I would like to make a second on that motion, and if I can amend it, I think to bring back this item as is one option, but I think we would possibly want to bring it back with some other some other additional phases. I think moving phase 1 and 2 down and adding an additional phase to maybe a study session, like Board Member Mendoza asked, and look at some equity decisions, maybe revisiting the school of choice, looking at how that can help those schools that have higher transfer out rates, bring back some students, and also look at real residential student numbers. I think some of the comments made about looking at schools from focusing on ABC students, primarily looking at residential students.
Okay, we have a second with an amendment, and we have a comment from Board Member Mendoza. Or a question?
No, just some comments, since you let everybody else speak twice. I want to go twice.
Yes, you're allowed.
Um,
This is an important issue. We don't just do it once.
I keep hearing like we've done everything. I was on that committee. And even though we didn't make a recommendations, there's recommendations that were made that nobody, I don't know if they, Mr. Nguyen, I'm sorry. I get so emotional, I'm sorry, Mr. Nguyen. Did anybody from our committee ever come and speak to the board about the recommendations that we did at that committee?
Yes, the chairperson did come and present to the board, and basically his report was that the committee was not able to move forward with a final report to the board.
But none of the recommendations that we made as a committee made it to the board. They never got to hear those.
Correct, because legally it was not able to have a final report to the board.
Okay, so I'm not gonna say anything, but I'm just gonna let you know that we came up with some recommendations, and we've heard lots of recommendations from our public, and we're not listening. We're trying to rush through this. And I think I wanna be a board that listens to my community. I wanna be a board that gets ideas. I don't wanna be a board member that just pushes something down our community. We've had town halls. We hear them loud and clear. And I think as a board, as a community, as experts, we can come up with some ideas that will help. Maybe this will come down the line and we have to. But I don't think as a board member, as a community member, I haven't seen us do everything that we can do to get to this point. Honestly, I don't. And I would love to have a study session to bring all of these ideas together and ask questions and find out this and that. What about this? What about that? I know you're talking just about this plan, but this is not our plan. This was a plan given to us by somebody that we paid. I'd rather hear from my community. I'd rather hear from my parents. I'd rather hear from everybody else except from the person that doesn't know our community. That being said, there's a motion, there's a second, and amendment.
Yes, we should have actual discussion, which I will get to do. Thank you. If it's okay, board member, I'd like to one more comment really quick. So everybody's thinking that we are rushing to judgment. It's a rush. Oh my gosh. Except for the facts on the table that this has not been rushed. This has been in consideration since 2014, when we did not pass the bond. Excuse me, I get to speak at this point. We were quiet when the public was talking, and this is my chance to speak, uninterrupted. We can, of course, wait and do some more study and what we call analysis paralysis. I have seen many places where they have done that, and I will give you some examples. Oakland School District made a decision. By the way, all the decisions we make here are not permanent. By the next board, we can change our minds, very simply. What we do here today is provide a way forward to address and not hope and pretend like this is not happening. We have done actions to try to have more kids. That's one part of it. We have tried to move the district headquarters. We've not tried to move it. We've moved the fairs in the south. We've added programs. We've done many of the things, but we can't create new kids. That's just not within the board power. Only God has that power. The issue is, of course, we can delay. It's not a disaster. We are running a $15 million structural, $5 million, $4.1 million, I'm sorry, deficit, and $15 million of our reserve extra funds from our restricted funds are being spent every year until it will be gone in 3 years. And we will be spending money on our bonds because it is required for us to spend it within a certain amount of time since we approved this. So we approved in 2018, we have 10 years. So we can wait, of course, and we can put millions, $5 million per elementary school into these schools with the hope that all of these programs that we put out here will change the trajectory of what's happening. But that hope is not a strategy because we know that there are no school districts of our size that are increasing in population. I'm sorry, that's the truth. We can put our head under the ground and we can cry. There's a lot of people here that I'm crying about because schools, just like Board Member Mendoza said, they aren't buildings. They're the places where we saw our kids sing. They're the places where our hearts are. But we're also responsible to the persons who are not in this room, the 17,500, the 100,000 residents that we serve in this whole community, the city council persons here that rely on this school district to be the best that it can be. They rely on us to make hard decisions. So when the middle school kid can't succeed because there's not enough programs in the kid, can't go to have the same shows as other parts of the district because we don't have the people there. We're just telling that kid we don't care about him. We don't care about the middle school kids. We don't care about our high school kids. We just care about these kids. Right now is the time that we have money. Next year, I don't know that we're going to have federal funds. Quite frankly, I hate to be pessimistic about it, but our president may elect to save more money in places where I don't pick, but that's their prerogative. And the state of California is not going to be able to backfill it. We're already spending $15 million of our restricted monies in excess of what we get in, and we're already spending $4 million of this, and we're not delivering the best product that we possibly can. I mean, this is depressing, I get it, because there's not the numbers that we need. There's a lot of things we need. I would love to have a million different things, but hope is not a strategy, guys. Delay is not something that these kids can afford to have. These kids suffered from COVID, and here we are. We're going to not give them the resources because we won't have the resources. That's the way it works. It's not like I can materialize money out of nowhere. I know there's people say, well, you got lots of money, figure it out. Don't buy pencils or something like that. That's not a strategy, guys. We're here to make a decision, and it's not. I would never want to be in this position, right? And I don't blame anybody who makes a different vote, however they want to vote. That's on the conscience that you have. But we also represent teachers. We also represent staff. Then they have families too. Don't they deserve to have something competitive? I think we represent a community, and I would like to be able to serve that community with the monies that we have, because now, if we address it, we can address the issues of the buses, and we can address the issues of the mental health, and we can address the harms that ICE is committing on our residents. We can do that now, but if we put our hands in the sand and we surprise parents on a decision, like they've done in Oakland, by the way, and instead of having great education, instead of that, they picked the building. They picked the hard building that, yes, people have a heart about, but they picked that, and now they got rid of their teachers, their mental health people, the people that were helping them learn, the tutors, all that extra money. No, it went to a different place. It didn't go to our kids. That is a priority that I think that people are more important, far more important. Teachers are more important. Students are more important than our buildings. And I will cry if we have to do this. But I also know that, those memories don't disappear. And I would hope that that the kids can see and experience additional other areas as well. So that is my general comment. Suyu, do you have additional comments?
Yes, I have a question. The action we make today, and staff, I wanted to ask you, it's not going to be done overnight. This is we have a transition time, 1, 2, 3 years, phase 1, phase 2. And to my fellow board members, I think we're all talking about, having more time, and we can make those decisions, the transitions. However, the action tonight is very important because this will give the staff time to prepare and plan and move on higher and not higher and they need time to do that, that, right? But whatever, all that you've mentioned, Jeannie, Letty,
Board member
and,
McHatton.
board members, what you guys mentioned, that's in the transition team, and many of the, community members tonight can be part of the transition team to input. And as far as the timeline is concerned, the board can decide. That's more detail. But the big picture, I think we do agree, and we do need to move forward so that this will have the entire district, including the teacher union, all the stakeholders, get going with the plan.
Okay, thank you. So I want to clarify the motion that you have. So I think we've had enough board comment. And so what was the specific motion and your amendment so we can be clear? Your motion is?
My motion was to table this agenda item, and then I think Mr. Noyola had an amendment to my motion.
Yes, with the additional information we're learning tonight, I think an amendment to not just bring back this plan, but I think an initial pre-phase to this would be to look at, my focus area would be residential population as far as just enrollment.
So I think that, I'm not sure if that's consistent to, because she's saying don't vote on this at all. So I think, are you seconding not voting on this at all?
No, my motion was not to vote, and my motion
Correct.
is
To table.
to table it, yeah, till another time.
Yes.
Yeah, to table it to another time, but bring back a plan that includes
So
not these schools specifically, but also look at considering the new data for the new enrollment and also residential population.
Okay.
And additionally, I don't know if this would go into this decision, but the school of choice, if that's within our purview, looking at how we can address the higher amount of transfer out rates.
That just feels like a whole nother motion.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking,
So why don't you just add a study session to it?
so I think first we need to vote on your motion, and then
Sure.
we can vote on his motion if we get a second for that. So is there a second to your motion?
Mr. Noyola did a second to mine.
So you want to do a second, but without all the other stuff, we can discuss the other issues.
Yeah.
But, okay.
And I'd like you to do a roll call, please.
Yes, we will be doing this by roll call.
Thank you.
Actually, you know what? There's no other further board comment? Okay. Because normally somebody would call the question, but I am calling the question at this point. Jeannie? no-
Can I make a motion, another motion at this point?
No, we would still need to consider her motion first.
I wanted to make a motion too.
So.
Well, mine is first.
Hers is first. We need to consider hers first. So Liz, can you do a roll call, please? So this is motion to table the whole thing, to not consider anything. Indefinitely, because that's what she said.
Mrs. McHatton,
No.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Yu,
No.
Mrs. Yokoyama Bui,
No.
Mr. Noyola,
Yes.
Mr. Nishii.
No.
Motion fails 3-4.
Oh.
I'm sorry, it passes.
What?
No, it fails, excuse me, it fails. 3-4.
Okay. I have board member Yu.
No.
Oh.
Francisco.
Well, you got Francisco, and then
Well-
you got Jeannie.
Okay, I'm looking at the number I saw, 2.
Sorry.
I pushed it.
So I have to go by the button pressed.
Okay.
So
Francisco.
you?
Oh, it's fine, go.
I've been wanting to make a motion.
No, I think point of order, I think we were discussing mine, and then you said Francisco's, and you said you had to do mine first, and then you're going to Francisco.
That is true.
Yes.
Okay,
correct.
so that is correct. I did say that. All right, Francisco.
Thank you. I think given the new information, especially with the grants that we're unsure of to clarify and new enrollment data, I think we can bring back this consolidation plan, but with an additional pre-phase that could be decided at a study session.
I second.
Do we have any definition as to when that study session is going to be?
I think, towards the end of July, so this can be on the agenda, the first meeting in August,
Okay.
We don't have an August.
if this could be a special meeting in
Okay.
July.
Point of order.
So go ahead, Superintendent.
So, I do not believe I would be able to put together what you're asking for by the first meeting in August, or even the second meeting in August, because we would have to work through the details of everything you're looking for, and then I would have to have staff working on that. And at this point, there's a lot of staff not in with the summer months. So this would have to move into the fall.
Okay, so at the earliest possible agenda.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, the earliest possible agenda, is there a no later than date?
No later than, I guess, November.
Okay. All right, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, so board discussion, Board Member McHatton?
Is it only discussion about that item?
It's a discussion about that item, or whatever you want that's pertinent to the current issues that we have before us.
Okay. I can make a motion at this point, or I can't
No,
make a motion? Here
he's
we
made
go
a
again.
motion, there is a second, then we need board
Sorry.
discussion.
Okay.
I would like to have more board study, but I also would like to move forward, knowing that we fiscally need to close schools, and suggest that we ask that 2 schools move forward with closure, and then we do more studying as we proceed.
So you think 2 schools, okay. Board Member Yu?
Yeah, I agree with Jeannie, Board Member Jeannie. We can make a motion, we can move forward and do all of this with more time. You know what I'm saying? We can move forward with the motion and still have a study session and delay with more time. We can do all that, but that's not necessarily, I don't know how that relates to this motion, but I'm just saying that we can carry out the main motion and put all that under.
So that's not what's on the floor right now. What's on the
Remember,
floor
would
is
you
his motion
agree
to delay the consideration of this until we have done a study session, which occurs no later than November, and then at a later date, we would reconsider this particular item. Is that your motion? Yeah. That is his motion. So he's saying no decision today, we wait until someday later. Okay.
Can I respond to that?
First, I'm going to recognize Dr. Olga Rios.
Yeah, I don't know if this would be an amendment, but something that I would be very interested in at the study session would be, when we first got that I can't say that word. Demographer study, we learned that parents were choosing not to go to these schools, and so we said, okay, they don't know about the fabulous programming we have, and so we hired a communications officer, to spread the word, and we're still dealing with the same issues. So I want to know, why are parents choosing to not attend their neighborhood school, because we know it's very inconvenient, as opposed to just walking around the corner. They're making this choice. I want to know. I'd like us to know why. And we talked a lot about reimagining, maybe some creative ideas. We know ABC district is held to the highest standard. You talk to anybody in our area and they look to us for setting the standard when it comes to educational quality, labor union relations, you name it. We know kids will come here. We need to figure out what is it going to take at schools that are on this list for that to happen. So I don't know if it'd be in, maybe our ad hoc committee, instead of why we should close, should be about why we should stay open.
So I think that's still within the parameters of what his motion is without actually amending it. So I don't think you need to make an amendment.
Right, it was just considerations for that study session.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Yu?
Okay. So, my concern of delaying is we will have, because this is a really bold recommendation, so many different groups will come during that time. And it's going to be even more difficult to move forward with any decision. But if I may, Board Member Noyola, to make a motion to approve the plan to consolidate and reconfigure schools to address declining enrollment district-wide with the condition of the transition team consist of impacted parents, teachers, and family, provide plans and have a study session and look at the school choice and transfer, provide plans for transportation, programs are intact. We can do all that. Can we make a motion with a condition? That way we can move forward and still address all of your concerns.
So I think the question is, she wants to amend your motion to actually vote on this particular recommendation, but have a study session later. I think that's what the
Yes,
request is.
Yes.
The question is, procedurally.
Yeah.
Is that a friendly amendment? And you do not have to accept that.
You can accept it if you
You can accept it or not
Yeah.
accept it.
No, I think because of the information, I think closing, some of these schools may have some impact, some financial impacts that we aren't aware of yet, I think shared today.
The financial impact.
Some outside grants that we may potentially lose. So I would just like to verify that and also, do some study sessions on what, what Dr. Rios is mentioning on why these parents deciding not to go to their neighborhood schools.
So he's rejecting your friendly amendment.
Mr. President, I'd like to call the question.
Okay, well, I get to ask some questions too.
Okay. Well,
You
we're
can call the
giving-
questions,
we're
but
giving
then
board
we'll have a
members
vote
lots and
on.
lots of time. I mean, I'll press my button too, and I can keep talking too. I mean, at some point, we need to call the question.
Okay, but I have not
Go
gotten to
ahead.
speak on this one issue. I won't be too long. I just, all the decisions that we make here today are changeable. The issue is providing direction to staff and making a plan for the future. So, of course, we can always plan to do nothing, and the committee will respond exactly the way we have not shown leadership. And I think that is critical, because the last time we did this, the demographer said we were going to be at 18,000 students. That was his prediction. He was wrong. 500 additional, a whole school left in 1 year because we dithered. That is exactly what happened. And we will find out in August that, again, because we dithered, it won't just be what we have. These 4 schools don't actually solve the issues that we have before us. This is only the start of what actually, because it doesn't actually help Palms that much, Carver. Gonzalez, if you look at their second or third grade class, has 40 kids. That's a combination class right now. We're basically telling the kids at Gonzalez, please have combination classes. That's exactly what we're telling them. And we're telling them that to the kids in Hawaiian. We're telling that to the kids in Ferguson. We can wait, but those kids can't really wait. I mean, if that's the decision of the board, that's the decision of the board. Board Member Bowie.
There are struggles that our community, some in particular, are facing right now, which I obviously sympathize with, and I can't understand on the same level that you all do, and I apologize for that. I know we're living in uncertain times right now, and it's very difficult. I believe, parents mentioned about walking to school and feeling unsafe, and I I'm hearing the compassionate cries, especially related to Ferguson. I know that the literacy coach has come. She's spoke at the town hall. She spoke at, she's emailed. So that's how, you know, we're fairly familiar with this grant. I'm feeling it. And that's why when we come here, it's very emotional. It's very emotional. And I imagine in 2022, 2023, when this was being discussed, it was also very emotional. It's never going to get easy. This decision that we're potentially making is never going to get easy. And there was, I think, a public speaker who brought up the Hunger Games. And schools, different schools are being brought up. What about this school? Wouldn't this school be better? How about this school? And that's why, for me, as much as I know that our public, or at least those who are present here and who have emailed, don't agree with the report, I can only look to the report because it's subjective. It doesn't take into account what you all are seeing in the community, and each one of our 19 elementary schools has communities similar to yours. And so I'm not telling you that, and I see you shaking your heads, you're not all the same. I get that. I get that entirely. Uniquely, wonderfully different. Some more challenges than others. I believe that the district will take into account those challenges. While I want to make things as perfect as possible, I can't, but what I don't want to see is more and more fingers being pointed at other schools. This is hard enough as it is. So that's what I'm feeling as a board member, and I know you all have been very vocal about your beliefs, and I'm just sharing mine. So thank you.
Okay, I think it's, I don't see any other comments here, so we will have a vote.
Thank you.
And the motion is to not close any schools and delay for a study session, additional study session, which, by the way, we can have at any time, whatever decision we make. So at this point, we will call for the vote.
Mrs. McHatton?
No.
Mrs. Mendoza?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
No.
Mrs. Yokoyama Bui?
No.
Mr. Noyola?
Yes.
Mr. Nishii?
No.
Motion fails. 3-4.
Okay, I think, was Jeannie next in terms of the line of orders? Jeannie, you're next.
Okay.
Huh? I'm sorry, not Jeannie. Board Member McHatton.
Oh, thank you. I would like to propose a motion that says we revise the way, well, we really can't revise phase 1 and 2, right? I mean, that's the way.
You can do
it
what
is.
you want.
Can.
This is
okay,
your,
we can.
this is
Okay.
your right.
Sorry for my ignorance at this point. I'd like to propose that we move forward, knowing the district is struggling fiscally, and close Aloha and Juarez, and from there, meet as a community and talk more about how to meet the needs of the community and how we can strengthen our schools to bring in more population. So schools like Stowers that have really found a way to enhance and get the population there, how do we replicate that?
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Okay, I don't see a second to that motion, so I will need a motion to continue this meeting. I think we haven't touched the budget, and we haven't touched LCAP, and so, and the budget is also a very important issue, hopefully everybody sticks around for. So I think I would like to have a motion to continue this another from 10:30 to 12:30. Can I have a, so moved? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Okay, I'll entertain another motion. Board Member Yu.
Okay. To my colleagues, all of your concerns can be addressed in this motion, but we do need to take action, as I shared all that, so I'm just gonna make a motion. I make a motion to approve the plan to consolidate and reconfigure schools to address declining enrollment district-wide, which, with the following condition: transition team must consist of impacted parents, teachers, students, and family. Provide plans, study session on school of choice, transportation, priority in school of choice for students who are impacted, that all programs are intact, and report to the board quarterly.
Okay. That's your motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, there's a second. Can I have board discussion? Board Member Mendoza?
So the motion includes school closures.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I want to know.
Vice President Noyola?
Just to add to that, is it specific to any schools, or are you just looking to, we are making a decision today to close schools, but to be determined after a study session?
All the schools that are included, that we've been studying for the last 4 years, has to be included. Yeah, so that we can, yeah.
in
it's-
this
mhm,
motion,
In this
in the
motion,
action
yeah.
item.
The ones in this
Yes,
agenda
yes,
item, or
mhm.
4 years in?
No,
ad
in
hoc?
this agendas item,
Okay.
yeah.
I'll add one, can I have a friendly amendment?
Sure.
That we would also consider, as part of the analysis in phase one, a potential K-8 option, which
Yes.
obviously may change the entire calculation of all of this.
That's right. We can do
But
that. Mhm.
has to be realistic.
Yes,
But would you accept that
I
amendment?
accept it.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Yes, Board Member Mendoza.
Yeah, I just want to continue to make this comment that if you choose to close these schools, you are affecting Latino schools, predominantly 3 of them. So I want you to keep that in mind. Each one of you that's voting on this, you are impacting the most vulnerable population in our schools. Okay, just keep that in mind. I'm going to keep saying that every time you guys want to vote to close schools.
Any other comment? I have just one comment also. It affects all of our kids.
That's right. Mhm.
And the issue is that these schools with Latino kids don't have enough kids where they can have all the programs that we want them to have. But it's not just the programs, it's the parents. It's the parents. You know, and what's great is that Aloha had 90 kids, 90 parents helping out. That's a pretty amazing thing. But if you're at Leal, you have 200 parents, 300 parents, all working towards providing programs, theater programs, all these other things. That's also a factor. So I don't think that this is an anti any particular group. I'm hoping that this is a pro-district decision. Okay, Board Member Mendoza?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's not being equitable. And we had a parent that came and spoke to us at our last meeting. And she stood right there and she looked us all in the face and she said that no board member came to Ferguson. No programs were being promoted. If that school is not progressing, that's not just their fault. It's our fault. Because I have said many, many times
Excuse
that
me,
we need
audience.
to promote our schools. It is our responsibility to make sure that our communities know the programs that they have there. They have an amazing dual immersion program. And one of the parents said that other community members don't know. What if they did know? So it falls on us. And you keep saying it's not a Latino thing. When you're closing schools that are predominantly Latino, yes, they are. And I beg to differ with you. I respectfully disagree with you.
Thank you. All right, Board Member, Dr. Rios.
Yeah, and I will remind the board also respectfully that the demographer did state that there's declining enrollment across the district. The numbers, again, are more significant in our low-income areas because, again, parents are choosing to send their kids somewhere else, not because they don't live in that area.
Clerk Bowie?
I've visited Stowers. I've watched their plays. I've spoke with the administrator. I understand the work she's doing there. I've visited Ferguson and have read in the classrooms, and the kids are remarkable there. Very bright, very bubbly kids. I've also read at Juarez in this past few months that I've been on the board. I believe we all make attempts in what we can do with our abilities and schedule. I do believe it's unfair what my fellow members are saying right now. And I do believe we all make attempts based on our abilities and our integrity. So I would respectfully disagree with my board members.
And I'd like to note that I've also been to Ferguson. I didn't build, my daughter did it. She helped with she got the community together to help build a mural there. I went to the poetry readings. I've seen the performances. I was the only board member to show up to see those performances, but I saw those performances. They were great. They were wonderful performances. You know, I also see the performances at other schools too. And I see what happens when there's more resources. It's so different. These kids are really great. We provide arts training, which is amazing. That teacher did a bon dance, which is a Japanese dance. I think they did an African dance. They did all kinds of different dances. It was really amazing. But it was great, but I could tell there wasn't as much resources. Even though we provided an extra teacher, even though we provide extra monies in those schools, we definitely provide a lot more money to those schools. And, you know, wouldn't it be better or nicer that if the bond funds are put out there, we could put more money into those schools? We can do that because we haven't spent the BB funds yet. We can put more into the specific facilities where those kids will be. That's all I have to say. It's just, I'd like to put more into that. Or we could just keep all of our buildings, which do hold our feelings, prioritize that, and not put extra money, because we only have so much money, $5 million. That's not enough, but we can do that. That's possible. We will keep on going. The kids won't necessarily know that we didn't put more money in there, but I'll know. I'll know that we could have put more money into those schools. Vice President Oyola?
Thank you. If I can make an amendment, instead of, to be equitable, I think if we can consider removing Stowers and Ferguson from the list and look at the school with the lowest residential populations, because I think we are trying to focus on our ABC school students.
With all respect, we could consider that even though we passed this, because we as a board can make decisions, but I would like to move forward with the motion.
Okay, so the friendly amendment is rejected. Board Member McHatton, and this will call for a vote after this.
Okay, Mrs. Yu, could you explain your motion one more time?
Okay. I make a motion to approve the plan to consolidate and configure schools to address declining enrollment district-wide with the following condition. Transition team must consist of impacted parents, teachers, family, and students. Provide plans for study session on school of choice issues, transportation, priority in school of choice for the impacted students.
Slow down.
All programs are intact. Report to the board quarterly.
So then you're basically saying, yes, we're going to do phase 1 and phase 2, but it's got these requirements that go along with it.
That's right. With all the community, a lot of these the community will be part of the transition team. Because we're just making the big plan, not detail. Yeah.
That
Oh.
includes closing certain
Yes,
schools.
yes, yes, yes. Because I respect the work that was done the past 3-4 years, yeah.
Okay. Liz, can you call for a roll call?
Mrs. McCatton?
No.
Mrs. Mendoza? No. Dr. Rios? No. Mrs. Yu?
Yes?
Mrs. Yokoyama Bui?
Yes.
Mr. Noyola?
No.
Mr. Nishii?
Yes.
Motion fails 3-4.
Okay, I don't see anything here. I don't know that, I see no other lights here. Board Member Yu?
Can I make another motion?
Yes,
Oh.
you can.
Okay.
Try to make one that will be approved.
Okay.
But we will eventually have to stop having
Okay.
motions.
Okay.
We need to move on at a certain point.
I make a motion to approve the plan with Phase 1 to consolidate and reconfigure schools to address declining enrollment district-wide. Is that good?
What is, didn't we already have a vote on that particular item? Oh, Phase 1 only. Okay, Phase 1 only, I see. All right, is there a second for that?
No, we haven't.
We haven't. So is there a second for that? Yeah, I don't see a second for that. All right. Which one? I think we've already done that. Okay. All right, so I guess we have, can we have a motion?
We already have a motion.
We already have a motion?
We just have to vote.
All right,
As is.
great, we had a discussion. Let's call for a roll call on the original motion. Who was the first and who was the second on the first original motion? You were the first?
And Sue
And who was the second?
Sue, I believe.
So the second, okay, got it, all right. Okay, roll call. By the way, so what happened is, it's the original motion, the first motion, that we didn't, everybody kept adding little motions and additions to it, so we didn't actually have a vote on that.
On the action item.
On the action
action
item
item.
itself. We've had a motion to table, we've had a motion to have a study session, we've had a motion to have this particular action item with a bunch of contingencies, and now we actually have to have the motion, actually have a vote on the original staff recommendation. So, no further discussion. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mrs. McCatton?
No.
Mrs. Mendoza?
No.
Dr. Rios?
No.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes?
Mrs. Yokoyama Bui?
Yes.
Mr. Noyola?
No.
Mr. Nishii?
Yes.
Motion fails 3-4.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to the next one. Actually, so that we can have a motion to do the, to move up the budget.
I move the motion to move the budget up to the next item.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Great, we passed 6-0. Can we have the motion, is LCAP and budget together?
Correct.
Okay, LCAP and budget together. I would hope that the rest of this community sticks around to hear this, because this is very important. So we have a motion and a second. Let's hear the report. What does this budget look like? What does this LCAP look like?
Thank you, President Nishii. This is on page 101 of the report. So at the last meeting, on June 3rd, the board conducted a public hearing on this budget, and staff, Dr. Carol Castro and I, present the LCAP and the budget to the board on the June 3rd meeting. So that is the first step of the process. Tonight, we are taking it back as required by law for adoption of the budget. So the adoption must be adopted before June 30th for next year budget to be effective. So again, Dr. Carol Castro and I have presented this budget and the LCAP to the board at the last meeting already, but I will go over it again on page 101. So this is for the 2025-26 fiscal year. For the fiscal year 25-26, total revenues for the general fund is expected to be $307,299,433. So of that total, about $242,987,000 is from unrestricted, and $64.3 million is from restricted. Again, on page 101, our total expenditure and transfer out is $219,903. We will deficit spent next year for a total of $17.2 million. 1.7 million of which is from unrestricted fund, and 15.4 is from restricted. We will end the year with a $58.4 million fund balance. 11.1 million is unrestricted, and 47.3 is restricted. Again, this budget has incorporated the entire $5.7 million in reduction plan that we presented to the board at the June 3rd meeting. So that is on page 101. So the district also required to do a 3-year projection. Not only that we are required to meet the financial obligation in the budget year, but 2 years after that. So that is on page 104 of your report. So we are expecting to deficit spend $17.2 million in 25-26, 18.3 in 26-27, and 18 million in 27-28.
Actually, Mr. Nguyen, the $18 million is kind of an abstract number. If we continue at this rate, how long can we go?
We will be spending down the restricted fund balance by the 27-28 school year.
Meaning we won't have any money in the 27-28 school year. If we have to consolidate, at that point, we'll have no money to help the kids.
We will have to adjust our budget on the restricted programs to ensure that our expenditures align with our revenues.
Thank you.
I guess in another ways, yes, we do have to make cuts.
We would have to cut, actually.
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's correct. So, and that's where we are with the unrestricted program, and the restricted programs. So that is the budget report for next year and the 2 years after that.
Okay. Board comment? Actually, public comment?
I see none.
Any board comment? Board member Yu.
Mr. Nguyen, the main reason for the deficit is because of the enrollment, or what is the main reason?
Yeah, there are 3 factors, right?
Uh-huh.
Declining enrollment is the biggest factor.
Okay.
A low COLA from the state is also another factor, right? 1.07% for the current year, 2.3% for next year. So a very low COLA would also play into the budget reductions, deficit. The third is also increase in costs. We have automatic increase in costs in healthcare. Like this coming year, our Kaiser insurance rate scheduled to go up by 15.38%. So that's at about $3.2 million to the expenditures. So on the one side, your revenues is less and your expenditures is higher. So therefore, you will continue to have a structural deficit. And at the end of the day, we will have to make budget reductions to be fiscally solvent.
So the schools with, let's say, 60% capacity, right? 300 versus 500. The schools with 300 students would have to operate with just the 300 students.
We will
Enrollment
support all
money
of
they
our
get, right?
schools and programs with our current policy and current agreement with the teacher union, right? So we have staffing ratio for each of the schools. So we will continue to honor that until we revise it or change it, right? We will provide the appropriate support at every school, whether it will 300 or 500 based on needs, whether it's mental health support, counseling support. So we will continue to do that, but at some point, we will have to make adjustments. At the same time, as discussed earlier by the board, you know, we have a stellar reputation, but that's because we have outstanding teachers. That's just the bottom line. Okay, there's no other way of saying it. In order to retain and attract outstanding teachers, we have to be competitive. So, and that's something that will be, I don't want to say a struggle, but it'll be challenging. But we will continue to do what we always been doing. But at some point, it will be challenging.
Any other board comment? I have a couple questions. $17 million that we're spending more than we're taking in. Are those people in those positions?
Yes, sir.
A lot of people. $15 million, $17 million of people.
So there are programs that we retain personnel for. There's contracts that we contract out with consultants.
So we would hire people outside. We wouldn't
Correct.
have the teachers. Okay, thank you, potentially. Dr. Rios?
I know that there is a lot of potential for added funding. Is that part of this projected budget? Like I know, for example, there's going to be opportunities for us to recover absences. There's some ELOP money that's, I don't know what we call it here, after-school program.
ELOP's right.
Excels. There are a lot of grants. I mean, I know that community schools, I don't know, we use the word, but I don't know that we've accessed the funding for community schools. Of course, that's not on here, but is there, like, does that get taken into account?
Yes, the assumption that we use and what we built into the budget is recommended by the county and school services. So we were direct to include in the budget items that we know for sure that will be funded, like the 2.3% COLA, right? There's discussion about the one-time block grant. May or may not pass, so it's not in the budget. So we will not put anything in the budget or factor it in until we know for certain that we will get the funding. And the county will direct us what we can and can't put in the budget. So for example, we may apply for a community schools grant, we may get it, and we will put it in the budget once we get them. No different than, you know, we've been very successful to get the Golden State Pathway grants to the tune of almost $5 million, but we don't put it in the budget until we receive the grant. So like all grants, it's not in the budget until we receive the grant. We only put in the budget items that we know for sure that it will be funded.
But there is reason to be optimistic, right? There is funding out there. I know there's like the youth health initiative that school districts can now ask for reimbursement for mental health support.
So yes, there's always grants that we can go after. The reality of things is that the state, as you know, is facing a $12 billion deficit. So they are in the budget, in the May revisions, and it's still being debated up in Sacramento as of today, how to address that. How to, there's in the budget proposal that the governor is using one-time fund, and I'm going to say this for the records, to pay for ongoing items. That is problematic. In his proposal that he's drawing down all the savings from the budget stabilization fund. In his proposal, there's deferment in out years, and this is all in the May revisions. So these are the challenges that the state will have to deal with in the future. So they have a structural deficit now, and they will have a deficit in the future. So is there reason to be optimistic? We want to be prudent, and we want to be factual with the budget.
Thank you. I'd love to be optimist. I'm a member of the Optimist Club. But that's not my job. My job is to be prudent with the public monies, and this is a $17 million deficit spend, which I'm okay with. I'm okay with 17 million because it goes to our kids, and it goes to our teachers, and it goes to our staff. So, of course, I'm going to vote yes on a $17 million deficit. But as we all know, and by the way, that's based upon a $12 billion deficit that the state has. So we're hoping that they give us the 2.3. They're hoping that that happens. And by the way, that's a projection of that the economy is going up because those tariffs are not going to affect us. We're not going to have inflation, and we're not going to have job losses because of our ICE raids that are affecting our entire economy. It's hoping that our economy, despite all of these challenges from the federal government, is going to keep on chugging away. But I will vote for this, even though in 3 years we will have to, I don't know, it may be sooner than 3 years, because the problem was, the last time the union asked a question about this and said, are we going to run out of money in 3 years? And, Tuan was honest. He said, no. Based on current budget, no. But I got a letter from the county saying that, Mr. Nishi, you're going to run out of money in 2 years. So Mr. Nguyen wasn't correct. We are going to lose money faster than that. We do have restricted reserves, so it's not the emergency. And I'm not going to ever say that money is an emergency, right? Because we'll figure out a way, but it just won't be people, and it won't be programs. It won't be this dual immersion because we won't be able to afford the good teachers that we have a hard time getting right now. Because it's hard to get those Mandarin teachers. They're not like falling off the trees. They're getting good pay at other districts. We won't be able to be competitive. We can't afford to pay them more, so we won't be able to be competitive. So it's a little disappointing. It's not the end of the world because there's still time, but not a lot of time because time keeps passing when we keep passing this buck. So me being the last one, I will call for a vote, roll call, on this deficit budget. Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. McCadden?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza?
Yes.
Dr. Rios? Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Mrs. Yokoyama Bui?
Yes.
Mr. Noyola?
Yes.
Mr. Nishii?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding between the Board of Education and the American Federation of State and County Municipal Employees, AFL-CIO Local 2229, Council 2036, amending Article 11 calendar and modifying Article 16 personal necessity, leave of absence with pay for the 2025-2026, 26-27, and 2027-28 school years.
Tatiana moves.
Second, Noyola.
Mr. Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're bringing this item forward, the MOU between the district and our American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. This was like our other associations as well, the calendars for the work year, and so we're glad that we were able to bring this together forward tonight for you.
Thank you. Any board comment, or actually any public comment?
See none.
Any board comment? I have one comment. I will vote for this because I favor people. Thank you. I think I will call for just a general vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it, 7-0. Can I have a motion to approve the request to contract with Orange County Department of Education, OCDE, and enter the Career Technical Education Partnership, CTEP, to view access to ABC student information systems through ARIES and provide technical data assistance for the 2025-2026 school year.
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Castro.
Thank you. This item aligns with LCAP Goal 3, College and Career Readiness, Action 3.1. This service is provided in order to improve our CalPADS reporting, and it'll improve it by 30%, ensuring accuracy of data, decreasing manual data by 20 to 40 hours in the reporting period, enables real-time student tracking, and helps to meet the program requirements, particularly of the Golden State Pathways, as mentioned by Mr. Nguyen earlier.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
I see none.
Is there any board comment on this item? It's kind of an important item. I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it 6-0. 6-0. Can I have a motion to approve request to contract with Real Inspiration, Inc. to provide a 2-day program entitled Day of Understanding, focused on social media pressures and fostering empathy, respect, and student engagement at all grade levels at Whitney High School for the 2025? Yeah, I'm sorry, I read the wrong one. IOL 3.14A. May I have a motion to approve the request to adopt the following textbook titled Close Up, A Critical Introduction to Film by Kendall Hunt Publishing for the 2025-2026 school year?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Dr. Castro?
Thank you. This textbook, is to be part of our Film 159 CCAP approved class with Cerritos College. It's an existing class that we have in the district, but it's an update to the book. We have made an agreement with the college that we will update the book every 3 years. This class has an 84% pass rate and is offered across the district to meet VAPA requirements in the summertime.
Thank you. Any public comment?
I see none.
Board comment?
I do have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Castro, what grades utilize this book?
Grades 10, 11, and 12. It mentions 9th grade, but the courses so far have had enrollment of grades 10, 11, and 12.
Any other questions? I just have one comment. Great choice. Interesting book. I sort of want to take the class myself. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it 7-0. Okay. Can I have a motion to approve request to contract with Real Inspiration, Inc. to provide a 2-day program entitled Day of Understanding, focused on social media pressures and fostering empathy, respect, and student engagement at all grade levels at Whitney High School for the 2025-2026 school year?
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Castro.
This item is presented in support of Whitney High School's decision to use these funds. This is part of their one-time funds to support the social emotional learning of their students, focusing on social media.
Do you have any public comment on this item?
I see none.
Do we have any board comment on this item?
I do.
Sure.
President Nishi.
Actually, start with Board Member Mendoza, and then you can press your button.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Castro, do we have is there a survey that goes out to the kids to see if this is something that they felt useful?
We can work with the school site to
Yeah.
design a survey to
Yeah, I
get
would
student
like to-
feedback. It's typically, we use the California Healthy Kids Survey. We have pre-data already from this past year, looking at students' feelings about bullying and pressures, and so we could use that data point as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Board Clerk Tatiana Yokoyama-Bui.
Dr. Castro, has this been offered before to other schools, other high schools, and do we have potential to offer it if it has not?
This is the first time this has been offered inside of our district, and so Whitney is leading the way with offering this, and certainly if other schools are interested, we can look at bringing this back in order to offer it to other school sites.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call for a vote? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any say nay? All vote passes 7-0. Can I have a motion to approve the estimated actuals financial report for the 2024-2025 fiscal year?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Tatiana.
Second. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Ishii. Again, this is for the current year. So we talked about the budget year and the 2 years after that, but this is the year that ending June 30th, 2025 in about 13 days. So this is an estimate, as the report said. So the state have asked us to do, what do you think your current year going to look like? So this is our estimation. On page 99, again, total revenues for the current year, $314,333,000. The expenditures, will come in at 336,583,000. So we will deficit spent this year 27.9 million. So I'd like to point down the unrestricted program of 11.1 million in deficit spent. This is due to a 7 million in settlement as a result of AB 218 that the
AB
board has approved.
AB 218 settlement.
Correct, 7 million of the 11.1. So you still have that structural deficit of 4.1, but 7 of that is one time. So we are projected to end the year with $12.8 million in unrestricted fund balance and 62.7 million in restricted, for a total of 75.6 million in total fund balance as of June 30th, 2025.
Thank you. Any public comment on this item?
None.
Any board comment on this item? I have a quick comment. You mentioned 218 liability. Is that all of our 218 liability?
No.
No. Do we have any other 218 issues out there?
Yes.
Is this the same 218 that in another school district resulted in a multi-million-dollar judgment?
Yes.
Thank you. But we haven't budgeted that in there for this year, right?
For the coming year, no.
So we don't have those 218 liability budgeted.
Correct. We don't know the outcome of those cases until either we reach a settlement agreement or until there's a verdict.
Thank you. All right. Call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Vote yeas have it for pretty 7-0. Board member reports. Actually, do we have any other items that I see here? That's it. All right. Board member reports. Let's click. Dr. Rios.
I get to go first.
You're
I'll try
first.
to be quick. I just want to remind first thank the people that voted no on this item. I know it was really difficult, but the urgency is here. It's not going to go away. This is probably going to come up again, and so I guess the challenge remains. I still would like to recommend that we have a study session so that we can discuss some of those pressing issues about, like, why are parents choosing not to attend certain schools? What is going on? How can we reimagine our schools so that when we have these issues, the discussion is a lot more positive. Secondly, I'd like to invite our board to our CLSBA Unity Conference, which is happening September 11th through the 14th in San Diego. It's, with everything that's going on, I think it's more important. It's now more important than ever to come together and figure out how we are going to support our students, especially those marginalized students that are really struggling in our communities, and those are the type of discussions that we have at this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comment? Oh, okay. Board member McHatton.
I had a chance to visit Schoolhouse Rock, the play that was at Carmenita. It was very well done. It was Leal and Whitman's two sets of students working on it for 2 weeks, and they did a great job. And I'd like to continue on with what Dr. Rios said. I'd like to have that study session sooner rather than later, so we get moving on this.
Sure. Board member Bowie.
Last
Clerk Bowie. Excuse me.
a couple weeks ago, I did not get to mention the graduations I was able to attend, that I was very happy to attend. I attended Willow Elementary graduation, and I found it really exceptional that the principal, Ponce, she did get a chance to acknowledge and recognize every single student that had graduated. She found a way to make them feel special during the ceremony, and I really loved that. I also attended Cerritos High School graduation. I've never seen a graduation that size. That was just so astronomical to me, so great job to everyone who put that on. And additionally, I attended Tracy High School graduation. Very, very emotional and very heartfelt. I also was able to attend Schoolhouse Rock. Great job to our director, Patrick Sales, who's also a teacher here at the school, not only for drama, but for special ed. So thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you. Board Member Yu.
Thank you. We cannot control the environment, the economy, the declining enrollment. These are not the things that we can control, what's happening in the federal and the state level. And California is in deficit. Next year, it's not really promising. Rainy days are here, just statewide. I'm kind of shocked that we're going to go into 17 million deficit 2 years in a row. I am concerned, and I'm just reminded, it really hit me on the May meeting when teacher union president, ABCFT President Ray Gare shared that how we received a letter from LA County of Education, LACO, to have a reduction plan of 5.5 million, was it? How much was it?
1.1.
How much?
4.1.
1.4? Yeah, that reduction.
4.1.
Yeah, but we made the cut. And what shocked me was, it hit me really hard when President Ray Gare said, this is the easy cut, that in the future is going to be harder. So I'm concerned, but we'll weather through. Thank you. Good evening.
Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I attended the grand opening of the Carpenters Local 323 over in Compton, and the Compton High School band was there, and I got to see Dr. Natividad, if everybody knows who Dr. Natividad was. So it was really nice to see him and see the work that he's doing over there. I also attended the District Employees Barbecue here on June the 13th, was actually my birthday, so thank you for the birthday wishes. And I know we celebrated all of our graduations here in the district, but I know when I was on the school board last time, we also brought in some of our students who are joining the military. I don't know if we still do that, if we can do that, because, yeah, we used to do that before when I was on the school board, so I don't know if we can bring that back. But I want to say congratulations and thank you to those students who decided to join the service, and I want to thank them. And then I know today was a really, really hard meeting, and I do take these personally, and I do speak up, but I think I have to, because sometimes our families don't get to show up here. And like today wasn't as crowded because there's fear in our community right now. They're scared. And so sometimes I have to feel like I'm their voice, and I got to speak up for them. So thank you to those who did come out. And I just want to talk to our schools in our community. I'm going to leave you some homework this summer and the next school year. Spread the word. Tell everyone, your family, your friends, on social media, spread the word and let them know about all the great programs that we have in our district. Because someone might see it and say, hey, why don't you come over here? And if they need help, come and talk to one of us. I know all the time I'm out there talking to, friends and family, and I'm like, come over, you work in the district area, you can bring your kids to the district, come on. So we can do things, and I won't consider closing schools until I feel like we've done everything possible to get to the point for closing schools, and I don't feel that we have done that. So the homework is to share on social media, word of mouth, tell everybody about the great work that we're doing here in the district. So I'm going to say it in Spanish. A nuestras escuelas y comunidad tenemos trabajo. Dígeles a todos lo que están pasando en sus escuelas, todos los programas que tenemos, todo el bueno que está pasando en sus escuelas. Por el Facebook, por el TikTok, por cualquier cosa, por palabras, para que sepan todos todo el bueno que está pasando en nuestras escuelas, porque a veces no saben. Hablamos a la gente y le decimos, pues acá en esta escuela tenemos dual immersion, están aprendiendo español los niños, y no saben. Y a lo mejor quieren venir a nuestras escuelas. So, tenemos trabajo, no nomás como nosotros, como miembros de la mesa directiva, pero toda la familia de ABC. So I think all of us need to do our part as an ABC family to spread the word, to share all the good things that we're doing, and to make it equitable for all of our students across the district. We are our board members, and we are elected by our constituents in our voting, but we represent all of the students in the entire district. There are no lines that say Ms. Mendoza only represents Artesia, 90% of Artesia. No, Ms. Mendoza represents all of the students in the district. And so we can all do our parts. We can all visit schools. We can all share. We can all talk about it. But until we come to a point where, say, we exhausted all of those things, then I can't say that I want to close any schools. So I'm in agreement with our board members that we need to have a study session so that we can look at all the options. And I think leadership comes in many, many forms. Leadership comes in the hardest way too, to make those decisions that maybe might have consequences, but maybe not. We don't know what the future holds. We know what it might look like. With the federal government right now, we have no idea right now. And so as a board member, I think I right now at this point in time, I'm looking to how our students are feeling in their homes, in their community. And for that reason, I couldn't vote. My conscience just couldn't let me do that. So that concludes my board report, Mr. President.
Thank you. Our next regular board meeting will be Tuesday, August 5th, 2025 at 7 p.m. District Board Office. Committee meetings will be Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee, Tuesday, August 26th, 5:30 at District Board Office. Legislative Review Policy Advisory Committee will be Wednesday, 27th at 6:30 at the District Conference Room. Dates to remember, first day of school, 7th grade only, is August 12th, 2025. First day of school for all grades will be August 13th, 2025. Second public comment section.
Yes, we have a comment from Eddie Salcido.
Thank you.
Following will be Miss Santa Cruz.
I don't pretend to know that your job is easy. It is not easy, but you volunteered to do this, and you are pressed with some hard decisions to make. What I ask is in your resolution that you look at the numbers. Some of this is a self-made problem with school of choice. So in your discovery, find out if you made everyone go to their home school, what would the numbers look like? So that's part of just the process in looking at if we made all of our students go to their home school, what would our numbers look like? So that's part of what thank you for doing the right thing and not voting on this tonight. And you're probably all familiar with what is pork barrel spending, right? Everyone know what that means? It's in a government bill where you just throw a bunch of shit into a bill. And so part of what this resolution from School Works was throwing a bunch of shit to get some of it passed, and some of it no one's going to notice. So, and I'm specifically talking about Whitney, Ernie, by looking at on your face. So to be very clear, schools need to be closed. There is no question about that. Okay, fiscally speaking, schools need to be closed. I support that. It's terrible, it sucks, but it's the reality of what is in front of us in terms of fiscally being responsible and putting in programs into other schools that we can support our students. What I didn't like a lot tonight was some pontificating by some of the school board members when you did have your speaking. You limit our time to 3 to 5 minutes. I wish you guys would pass a resolution sometimes where you limit how long you guys get to pontificate on whatever point that you want to get across. I get you need to earn votes and you're politicians and you might have other ambitions, but we can cut it down a little bit. Specifically, I want us to talk about Sue Yu. Sue Yu is out here and she used the word multiple times, I am concerned. Well, so am I. She tried to shove this vote down multiple times. Multiple times that Sue Yu tried to push this down. This is a picture of Sue Yu at an event at Cerritos Library 2 years ago with Gracie Vandermark. Does anyone know who that is? The Anti-Defamation League and the Jewish Federation says she's a danger to society. And Sue Yu is standing right here next to her in front of a California Department of Education, State of California, insignia with a red line crossed through it, smiling next to her. And this is the woman that's saying, we need to pass this tonight. She was clearly reading something, and it was clearly altered as she's speaking. So someone is feeding her something. If you had it pre-written, great. But as we all know, there's a PRA request that will now be submitted to find out what electronic communication you had and who was feeding you your resolution and your immediate resolution right after that. I know you're smart. You own a tutoring company. You're really good at your job. You lost legitimacy when you stood on the stage with that woman, when you told Hispanics to not spend money on quinceañeras and traveling to Mexico. You lost legitimacy when you flooded this boardroom with members from your church who don't have kids in this school district, who have nothing to gain other than your, at that time, election for president of the school board. And somehow this board voted you president, which is, I've used the word earlier, farcical. So you trying to ramrod this thing tonight, and you saying, I'm concerned, and you worried about ICE, and you worried about all this, it's just such a ruse, and it's sickening. And I am so disappointed in some of your members supporting your positions. We know who you are. It's very clear. Your voting record, who you associate with, your stance on things. So I'm not saying anyone has an easy job here, but you did the right thing tonight by not pushing this through. So when I say pork barrel, it's just like Congress right now is talking about the big, beautiful bill. It's negotiating. Put this in, take this out, move that, close two. Don't do the Whitney thing. You don't, Ernie, the one thing I was disappointed in tonight is that you wanted to just ramrod the entire thing and say, we can go back afterwards and we can amend it. And that's not how things work. Once things get voted through, it's so hard to bring them back. So it was the right thing to go back and look at what we're going to push through. Close the schools, and as I said earlier, give the first priority to the students who are going to be most affected by this. The buses, access to school of choice, access to Whitney, whatever it may be, psychological, mental health support. So do your job. You're all CEOs up there. And a CEO's job is what? To give bad news. Thank you.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Good evening. I just really want to be here because I asked you to please take into consideration public input. I feel that you're doing that. I think that your job is so hard. Every single one of you, I do believe sincerely that everybody sincerely cares and really wants to do the best job. And so that's why I keep coming back, because I want to be able to help as much as I can from a community standpoint and from an expertise standpoint. So I did not have an agenda for myself to say, let's kill the bill. That's not, I know that hard decisions still have to be made. But I want to still thank you for considering the public input, for trying different amendments or considerations, for thoughtfully considering that's what I was asking for. But I'm still here, and I think a lot of us still are. We still want to be part of the solution because we know that there's still a big problem that needs to be solved, and not kicking it down the road because I know that we have a very big deficit that we need to address. But I do want to say thank you, and please let us be part of the problem solvers. I think all of us have a very important role, and I always appreciate our administration. I say it every time, I want to say it again. Thank you so much for over the years continually supporting our bilingual programs, our biliteracy programs. I saw that the consent item approved the professional development that's so critical, and I appreciate that. So thank you. And the other good thing, I'm free, so thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn? All in favor say aye. Aye. We're adjourned.